Tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani. Silo kile bande, tekela musimani. Silo kile bande, tekela musimani. Tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani. Silo kile bande, tekela musimani. Silo kile bande, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani. Tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani.
Musizana uchoro kaleba,
tekela musimani.
Musizana uchoro kaleba,
tekela musimani.
Musizana uchoro kaleba,
tekela musimani. Tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani. Silo kile bande, tekela musimani. Silo kile bande, tekela musimani. Tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani. Silo kile bande, tekela musimani. Silo kile bande, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani, tekela musimani. You can go on, moderator. The platform is online.
A very good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Am I very audible?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to everyone joining us. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to believe it's afternoon in all of Africa, most of Africa, but it could be any other time because I know that we are joined by many other people from all over the world. Allow me to start with a saying that I really love most by Albert Einstein, that if I had 1 hour to solve a problem, I'd spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem and then 5 minutes thinking about the solutions. So what problems are we facing today? And what challenges are we facing today? Others prefer to see them as challenges rather than problems. But either way, I think that we're here today to spend the 55 minutes thinking about these problems or challenges, discussing them, engaging on them, and thinking around it and discussing at length. And hopefully we can be part of finding a good and durable solution for Africa as Africans, or for Namibia as part of Africa as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this time to welcome you all to the Namibia Higher Education Day, where we together are engaging policymakers, the public sector, as well as institutions of higher learning to advance Africa's response to agricultural and higher education transformation and relevance, which of course is the theme for today. My name is Ntando Ncube. That's what you can call me, of course, Ntando Zenkosi. Might be a tongue twister for some of you. However, Ntando will suffice for today. I'll be your moderator for this webinar, and I'm a business consultant for smallholder farmers. And my colleague also, who is going to be moderating the panel discussions, is Mr. John Alfiku, who is the acting director of corporate engagement and international relations at the University of Namibia. So he'll be joining me. I'll introduce him again at length later when we get to him. That is Mr. John Alfiku. So some have asked me, are you moderating a panel discussion whose purpose is to discuss problems or whose purpose is to discuss solutions to problems? It didn't quite get the answer, from me at least, because I prefer to rather throw that question to the panelists for today. And that's what it's going to be. We're going to ask ourselves, are we here to discuss problems or are we here to discuss solutions to problems? Several of my peers, colleagues, friends are involved in agriculture. Pardon me. Several of my friends, colleagues, and peers are involved in agriculture in many ways. Some have gone to school, some have a passion, some are in business, some are simply in communal farming, and some, truly speaking, didn't know what to do with their life and went for agricultural education as a last resort, perhaps because that is the mindset around agriculture that we live with. So those that are involved in agriculture on a daily basis are having a myriad of challenges within the agricultural sector. But what solutions are we bringing for them today? They are with us in our audience. They are amongst us, my peers within the panel and beyond. We are here together with them. What are our people taking away from this discussion with us today? That's the bottom line. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to join you for these discussions, to learn more, to share more, and to be part of the difference makers right here in Namibia and in Africa. So thank you for joining us. We'll be going into the program shortly. I just want to run through just a few things we need to take note of for the housekeeping. I'd like us, as the conversation goes on, please make use of the chat session for your questions. If you're in the audience and you would like to pose a question, please make use of that. And do make sure that you also identify which panelist you would prefer to attend to your question. And we'll be going through some of those questions and answer sessions after the panel discussions. For now, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the first speaker as we go into the program. Why are we here? What is the purpose of today? What are we hoping to get out of it? And for that, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Alfred van Kent. Dr. Alfred van Kent is the Executive Director at the Ministry of Higher Education, Technology of Innovation right here in Namibia. May I introduce Dr. Alfred van Kent?
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon. It's good to have you.
Yes, are you still continuing with the introductions?
I think I've summarized the introduction. Dr. van Kent, you may take it on from here.
Okay, colleagues, my assignment this afternoon. There seems to be an echo. Can you switch off your mics, please?
Just give me a second.
Can I go ahead?
Go ahead, Dr. van Kent.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Distinguished academics and researchers, our roof forum representatives. I hear there are other international partners, our representatives of our higher education institutions, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The gathering of academics, researchers, our administrators of our higher education subsector is in an effort to assess the current status, as well as to constructively reflect on the lights and the shadows of our higher education ecosystem, especially in this time of COVID, is definitely long overdue. Allow me to, on behalf of the Ministry of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation, to sincerely welcome you all to this very important event. As it is commonly known, knowledge, particularly its use and effective use, as well as the creation of knowledge, characterize many of our states, economies of states that are in today's world very competitive. Needless to say that higher education institutions, in my view, are the torchbearers of knowledge creation, national policy advice, and the development of human resources. Without the active participation and involvement of our knowledge researchers, technicians, our artisans, industry players, civil society, our efforts to address the mammoth challenges ranging from the adverse effects of climate change, food insecurity, poor sanitation, water, the lack of sustainable energy supply will remain just a dream. It is, however, very important that in our quest to find solutions to these challenges, our higher education strategies should be aligned to our national. You are not. Should be aligned to our national development strategies and plans, both at country level and at our international levels. I was just informed you couldn't see me. Needless to say, is the importance of strategic networks and partners amongst both local and international nodes of our national systems of innovation. It is the free flow of knowledge, especially knowledge that are critical and that are relevant to our development, that is important in our innovation systems. It stimulates ideas for development. It stimulates ideas for solving our social challenges that we are experiencing. I therefore commend the organizers of this event for bringing together role players on one table for the purpose of enhancing the responsiveness of our higher education system. It is common knowledge that we are faced with large percentages of our youth being unemployed, a challenge which we collectively has to address as a matter of urgency. In our quest to address these developmental challenges that I have just reflected, we need to involve our industry in order to ensure that our training is relevant, as well as we impart employability skills to our youth. When we talk about involving our industry, it's not just to call them and to say, no, what do you think? There must be structures that we design in our system through which they will participate, starting from our curricula and other research activities that we are involved in. We should engage to find out with industry to find out what are the challenges, developmental challenges, and how can we, through research, address those challenges. Many a times if a challenge arises, we start to think, what is it that I should do? Who should I involve? And sometimes you can leave out, if you follow it, that kind of approach, you can leave out very critical role players in that. That's why I call on our institutions and our role players to make sure that there are structured systems in place so that we think through this, how we involve them, on what subject matters we will involve them, and so forth. Employability skills is a critical thing. Unemployment is not because of the ability of our learners, of students. It is because of what we taught them that are maybe outdated. That's why it's critical that through these networks, we should have systems through which our students, as well as our lecturers, are exposed to the current systems that are in use, current practices in industry. That is important. And therefore, I really call upon you to have these structured systems in place to deal with this. In our discussions, it is critical that we should not look at our current challenges only, but also the needs of our future generations. In particular, the readiness of our youth to participate in the future of production in the context of the fourth industrial revolution. Daily we hear that many jobs that we are taking for granted today will not be there tomorrow. Are we ready? Through what COVID did is it has taught us to use online learning for teaching and learning, online systems for teaching and learning. How do we employ these systems to continuously upgrade and upskill our human resources? It's something that can indeed expand access to teaching and learning, these online systems. How do we develop and make these systems much more effective? Many a times we are faced with challenges of assessment in the use of these systems. These are areas where we can come up with new innovations. In our deliberations, our findings that comes from our discussions today should really be relevant to our policymakers, for them to be able to adopt effective strategies to accelerate the country's development, in particularly to reach our aspirations as we put it in our long-term development plans. I'm just thinking about Vision 2030, where we are saying we want to be developed states, a developed state where our human resources will be critical, to reach that level. We can respond effectively to the needs of our people. Agriculture is modernized. Our universities are intact and in contact with our producers out there. There is communication from both sides in order to address these challenges of food insecurity. During the time of COVID, many things has been exposed of our systems. As researchers, we need to gear ourselves towards applying our knowledge. We heard about vaccine production. By now, we should start to invest in science and technology. We need to use these resources that are available. We need to look at the equipment that we have as countries. How do we use this equipment? How do we share this equipment? You might find that in one laboratory, there might be a piece of equipment costing millions of dollars, but just idling. How do we know what is around? These are the systems that we should put in place. I'm not here to make a speech. I'm here to just say welcome to you all to this very important event. It is good that you have gathered today. I also wish to commend the Roof Forum. I know there are lots of people that you have trained over the years. I've seen the numbers of people that you have produced at master's and doctoral levels. These are the people that we need in addition to our technical levels that we many times don't capacitate. If we want to move our economies further, if we want to use our natural endowments effectively, if we want to expand our production base in our countries, and through that create jobs for our people. Like many countries sit with all these resources. We have institutions, and the knowledge workers, due to some of these lack of infrastructure, lack of investment, sometimes goes outward. In Namibia, we have developed systems like the National Commission for Research to support research. We have student support systems that we have created. Yes, it might not be sufficient, but these are our efforts as a government to put systems in place that will assist you in terms of playing your vital role in the development of our economy. As I conclude, let me express my optimism that our deliberations will bring out the much needed ideas on how best we can improve the lives of every Namibian through knowledge produced from our institutions of higher learning, and also knowledge that workers that we effectively use in our knowledge production systems. Let me wish you fruitful deliberations and all the best with this important engagement. And I thank you with these few remarks. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alfred Kent. Very, very nice words that we've heard from you. I want to stress a little bit what you said about current and future challenges. Some of the current challenges that we're facing is issues like employability, but there are also, you did mention institutions and other roles they play. Are we educating our people for employment, or do we also have an aspect of entrepreneurship that we want coming out? And those are the things that we hope that will be discussed at length today, and so that we can also get findings, like you said, Dr. Van Kent, relevant policymakers. Thank you very much once again. And in the interest of time that we are just slightly beyond, just like us to move on with the program. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator.
So Dr. Alfred Van Kent has mentioned some of the training partners that are involved with the education and industrialization, or education rather, of many of our people in Africa. And one of those is RU Forum, which is also a partner here with us at this meeting represented. I'd like to call on the Deputy Executive Secretary of RU Forum, that is Dr. Alice Mwetwa, who will come and just give us a few remarks on behalf of RU Forum. Dr. Alice, I see you already there.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, our moderator for this afternoon. I just want to observe all protocols to our distinguished panelists and participants, and to bring you greetings from the Regional Universities Forum for Capacity Building in Agriculture Forum, and from our Executive Secretary, Professor Adipala Ekwam. I also just want to, before I go into the few remarks, just to congratulate the government of the Republic of Namibia for organizing this dialogue, this Namibia Higher Education Day this afternoon. It is pleasing to see sitting on the same table various government ministries and departments, to see universities participating. I see farmer groups, youth groups, I see a student association, UNESCO sitting on the same table, as well as private sector. So indeed, this is very promising that we are going to have a very, very fruitful discussion this afternoon. So allow me to share my screen and make a brief overview of RU Forum. Just a minute, please. A minute. Okay, thank you. So RU Forum is a consortium of African universities that primarily train at the postgraduate level in agriculture and related fields. So it was founded in 2004 by African vice chancellors, and mainly to achieve three things. Number one, to provide a platform for networking, resource mobilization, and advocacy in order to transform universities so that they could become relevant and contribute to the sustainable development of our continent. Secondly, to rationalize resource use and enhance economies of scale and scope. So this way, there was power in numbers, so we could do more together as a network. And then thirdly, to provide a platform for training quality graduates to support development processes in Africa. Sorry, my slide won't move. Okay, so sorry, apologies for that. So RU Forum started as a 10-member network in 2004, as I have already indicated, and primarily was situated in East and Southern Africa, and specifically the countries that hosted the universities that were members at that time included Kenya, Uganda, Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. But over the years and currently today, RU Forum now has 129 member universities across 38 African countries. And I'm happy to indicate also that the RU Forum Secretariat is hosted by Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda. Sorry, my slides tend to take a little bit of time to move.
I think Dr. Mwetwa, your sound is off. Could you please unmute yourself?
Thank you. Sorry, I was indicating that I'll ask my colleague from the Secretariat to share the screen on my behalf so that we don't have the delay in the moving of the slides. Thank you so much. I'll stop sharing for now. Selma, please kindly assist. Selma? The fourth slide, please. Thank you very much. So as Roof Forum, kindly go to the philosophy slide. Thank you. So the philosophy of Roof Forum is transforming agriculture in Africa, transforming agriculture in Africa requires innovative scientific research, educational and training approaches. That the education sector should be more connected to the new challenges facing rural communities and must build capacity of young people to be part of the transformation of the agricultural sector. So as we can see, this philosophy really focuses on capacity building, especially that of young people, if we are to transform our agricultural systems on the continent. Next slide. So we see also that in order for us, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, to have a significant economic growth, there's need to have focused investments. This was done in 2017 by the Bill and Melinda Gates, that if we remain on the path that we are currently, we are only going to see 39% increase in economic growth. But if we do have more investment in human capital, by 2050, there's going to be almost a doubling in economic growth. So showing us therefore that whatever we do, there is need to have more investment in human capital. And it was pleasing when I was seeing the video before we started this meeting to hear that Namibia is one of those countries that have a very large budgetary allocation to education. And so this is a similar situation for Malawi. We also see that at the university level, which provides most of the training, most of the research, the development of technologies, there's also a need for human capital development. And what we see is that there's a need for high caliber scholars and researchers. So this requires capacity building. Once that has been had, we then can reposition and transform. When that has happened, we have superior learning outcomes for students, for faculty and communities, which then makes the research and training that we are involved in much more relevant to solve our societal problems within our context. So all this then results in universities contributing effectively to inclusive, meaningful, and sustainable development and having the impact that we wish to have as higher education. Next slide. So as Roof Forum, we have 8 strategic thrusts that respond to that philosophy. So the first one is to train a critical mass of master's and PhD graduates. Secondly, to catalyze technical and vocational skills. Thirdly, to increase the participation and the voice of women in research, production, and marketing, and as well as in leadership at different levels. Number 4, to improve adaptive capacities of universities to produce high quality and innovative training, research, producing high quality outreach services. And then 5thly, to develop collaborative research and training facilities that achieve economies of scale and scope. So this way we can do more together. And then number 6, to increase the use of technology to support effective decentralized learning and sharing of knowledge. And this is particularly important in this time when we have COVID, when we need to shift to the use of ICT for remote learning, remote teaching, for e-learning, for e-extension, and other forms of e. Number seven, to create a dynamic regional platform for policy advocates, coordination, resource mobilization for advanced learning and doing. And lastly, to mainstream new approaches within university teaching and research that have impact across the entire value chain. So as Roof Forum, our vision is what we call our Vision 2030, which is vibrant, transformative universities catalyzing inclusive agricultural development to feed and create prosperity for Africa, which also is the African Universities Agenda for agricultural higher education, science, technology, and innovation, HESTI. So our vision, next slide, please, Selma. Thank you. Our vision aligns with continental frameworks, such as the CADIP framework, as well as the African Union's STISA 2024. And the contribution really is that African universities should produce entrepreneurial youth, contribute to policy formulation, and the development of innovations to drive development. So our integrated approach for this is that we engage youth for development at the bachelor's level. We also have youth entrepreneurship program, and this has been mentioned to be key, that we really need to change the kind of graduate that we have. And then also we engage TVET and vocational education practitioners. On the other end, the engagement also is in the development of mid-career level leaders at the master's level, and to train science and development leaders at a doctoral level, as well as support the postdoctoral fellows to settle down. We also finally facilitate the strengthening of R&D through the community action research programs, as well as our research grants. So the vision, the Roof Forum vision is implemented through 4 flagship programs. The first flagship program we call Transforming African Agricultural Universities to Meaningfully Contribute to Africa's Growth and Development. This particular flagship focuses really on moving the lecturer, moving the researcher from the classroom, from the greenhouse, from the lab, to communities, to be part of communities of practice, where there's direct discussion and co-development of solutions with communities, together with the students and other actors indeed, such as private sector, the extension workers, having that discussion and joint learning in order to come up with solutions that are relevant and can be taken up by communities as well. This particular flagship does look at transforming or really changing our mindset to being more entrepreneurial in both our teaching as well as our practice. So the second flagship is called RANCH, which is Regional Anchor Universities for Agriculture Higher Education. This is a network of linked universities or centers of excellence, which are connected together to address specific regional challenges, and then as well brings together not only universities in the region, but also other players such as private sector, research organizations and institutions, so public, perhaps CG centers, farmer organizations, and so on. Then we also have CREATE, which is research and teaching excellence. The idea here really is to enhance experiential learning and innovation, as well as have more meaningful engagement with communities. And the Knowledge Hub, what we call the K-Hub, then brings all this together to promote learning and sharing knowledge. So really this hub is for university networking, partnership, and advocacy. So these are our flagship programs under our current vision 2030. Next slide, please. So this has already been mentioned by the director that opened and welcomed us to the meeting. So very briefly, just to mention a few things, is that indeed RUFORUM has had continental impact since 2004. So to date, RUFORUM has facilitated the training of over 2,000 master's students and close to 600 doctoral students, has also facilitated the development of 300 plus technologies and granted 490 research grants, as well as facilitated the mobilization of about $2 million US dollars for the secretariats, as well as the network in terms of resources. So this map really just shows us that amongst the students that RUFORUM has supported, we have several that are, of course, all over the African continent, contributing in their various capacities, in private, in public, in international organizations, towards the agricultural sector development of our continent. Next slide. So in Namibia, we do have one member university currently, who are the University of Namibia, UNAM. I'm very glad to recognize that UNAM has been a very active member of RUFORUM and has participated in several ways to the network and contributed in a very positive way to the growth of the network. So far in Namibia, RUFORUM has facilitated the awarding of 3 grants that are about 400,000 US dollars, has also facilitated the training of 13 PhD and master's students, has also facilitated skills enhancement development at different levels in scholarly, scientific writing, communication skills, among others, and has also enhanced the networking of the member university with other higher education actors, especially during several RUFORUM convenings such as AGMs and triennial meetings. As well, RUFORUM has supported the development and submission of proposals to several agencies to support the tertiary education sector in Namibia. And RUFORUM is grateful to Namibia for hosting the 11th RUFORUM annual general meeting. Next slide, please. So looking ahead then, as far as the partnership with Namibia, there's still a lot of potential, as has already been indicated. There is need to continue to strengthen human capital development for investors and research institutions. So this could be done in partnership, as well as to strengthen academic programs in Namibian public universities, strengthen research capacity, continue to do joint resource mobilizations for universities, TVETs, research and other organizations. And today we are really looking forward as RUFORUM to Namibia hosting the RUFORUM 2024 triennial conference. Next slide. Now, as RUFORUM looking ahead, and even as I conclude, is that in December of 2019, ministers of higher education, science, technology, and innovation in Africa did endorse 4 initiatives. And these initiatives really came out of the recognition that there was need to strengthen higher education, that there was need to strengthen science, technology, and innovation on the continent. And so these initiatives specifically are what we call SASTI, Strengthening Africa's Innovation and Entrepreneurship Capacity, which looks at developing entrepreneurship and innovation skills and technology, and therefore supports training, demand-driven research, and staff exchanges. Then we have BASTIC, which is Building Africa's Science, Technology, and Innovation Capacity for Economic Growth, focusing on sustainable innovation, innovative technologies, engineering, and renewable energy, especially now in the face of climate change, agriculture markets, trade and policy, data management, ICT, and science education across all levels of the agricultural value chain. And then we have RISCAO, the regional initiative to strengthen staff capacity and increase the pool of women scientists in African universities. This seeks to create a critical mass of staff for African universities, as well as, and much more specifically, to increase the pool of women scientists in agriculture. And then lastly, in Africa. And lastly, we have AfriDAP, which is African Digital Agricultural Program, focusing on data science development. And now we are in that part of our lives where we need to look at foresights, we need to look at big data. So this is important for that aspect. So digital learning and sharing technologies, digital agriculture, innovation and incubation, and again, recognizing the COVID-19 pandemic and what we have learned in our capabilities to be able to offer remote learning and teaching, as well as remote, e-extension, e-commerce, and those kinds of things. So currently, RU Forum is supporting several countries to engage with potential development partners, such as the African Development Bank, but dare to domesticate these particular initiatives so that we can continue and keep that focus on strengthening higher education and science, technology, and innovation in our continent. Next slide, please. So with that then, we just want to acknowledge that everything that we have done as RU Forum, as the network, as also as the RU Forum Secretariat, has been supported by the national governments, such as the government of the Republic of Namibia, together with other development partners and funders. And for this, we really want to say our thank you for this support to all these institutions and to the governments. With this then, I just want to thank you very much for giving RU Forum the chance to give this brief overview and to sit on this table and to wish you all very good deliberations this afternoon. Thank you.
Dr. Alice Edward, thank you very much. And thank you also for improvising so that we could follow your slides. I do understand technology is not always on our side, and we just have to do what it takes to make it work. I also hope that through RU Forum, a lot of our people can get training in their masses at higher levels so that we can speed up development in our areas together with the development partners. Thank you very much once again, Dr.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Moving on with the program, I will not say much now because we are already 10 minutes beyond our time, so I will try to stick with our program as much as we can. We will also have a presentation coming up shortly. However, before that, we will also be having some remarks from the National Program Officer for Natural Sciences at UNESCO. That's Ms. Kombada Mokeni. Ms. Kombada Mokeni, are you with us? Yes, she is.
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to you. Thank you so much. Yes, I am honored to give remarks after the wonderful presentations done by my predecessors. And I can see that my presentation will just build on their sentiments, especially focusing on the need for research capacity and in higher education and supporting our researchers. So, Director of Ceremonies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good afternoon. And I'm really pleased and honored to be here on behalf of UNESCO to celebrate the National Namibia Higher Education Day. It is a wonderful event and I'm really pleased to be here. And really building on the presentations done before me, I just really want to emphasize that science and technology and innovation play a key role in ending hunger. After all, that's what the agricultural sciences are focusing on, and ensuring food security, which it's a task, a mammoth task for our researchers in the continent to solve. And maybe today's discussions will touch on that. Improving access to reliable data, statistics, and information through open knowledge repositories will support putting science and statistics at the service of society to drive socio-economic transformation in agriculture. And I highlight on data, which is, I think, data together with information is the new gold of the fourth industrial revolution. The more data and information you have and the more robust it is, the more wealthy you are. In 2017, UNESCO member states adopted the recommendation on science and scientific researchers. This reflects the commitment by governments to make science a long-term priority and invest in supporting research. And as you heard my colleagues mentioning, that really researchers do need a lot of support, and governments need to invest in developing the higher education system. Through strengthening STI systems, that is Science, Technology, Innovation Systems for Sustainable Development in Africa project, funded by the Swedish government, CEDA project, jointly with UNESCO. UNESCO is supporting the Namibian government to create a positive environment for science and advance science for sustainable development. This recommendation on science and scientific researchers really promotes implementation in key areas on sciences. And these key areas, there are 10 of them, are mixing science with social sciences with emphasis on human rights. The first key area is the responsibility of science towards United Nations ideals of human dignity, progress, justice, peace, welfare of humankind, and respect for the environment. The second key area is the need for science to meaningfully interact with society and vice versa. So not science just for science's sake, but science with a purpose, science as a social good. Thirdly, the role of science in national policy and decision-making, international cooperation and development. This was mentioned earlier, that science needs to make sense to policymakers, not just to scientists, so that they can implement frameworks and meaningful systems to solve problems. Promoting science as a common good. Fifth, inclusive and non-discriminatory work conditions and access to education and employment in science. The sixth key point is any scientific conduct is subject to human rights standards. 7, balancing the freedoms, rights, and responsibilities of researchers. This ties in with the human rights. Researchers are really key to supporting and enabling and creating the science that we need to solve these problems and challenges. And their rights really need to be looked out for. The 8th key area is scientific integrity and ethical codes of conduct for science and science research and their technical applications. So no discrimination and so forth. The 9th key area is vital importance of human capital for a sound and responsible science system. So we really need to invest in our scientific researchers, in our science systems, and support them fully, also monetary-wise and equipment-wise. Lastly, the role of member states in creating an enabling environment for science and scientific research. So this ties it all in. We can only get science in a good environment. To achieve the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN and Vision 2030, and in this case in particular to end goals such as hunger and to end food insecurity and vulnerability to the climate, we really need strong science backed by robust data and statistics. For this, we need a strong environment supporting science and scientists, particularly an environment supporting Namibian scientists. What systems do we have in place? How can we strengthen this to create this vision and environment that will propel us to the fourth industrial revolution? I congratulate the event organizers for bringing us together. As mentioned earlier, there's really a lot of stakeholders in the platform today. And I think this will bring for very fruitful and lively discussions that will contribute towards advances in higher education and research in agricultural sciences. So I will end here, and I really would like to welcome you all to this platform. And I'm really happy, and I look forward to hearing the outcome of today's event, and perhaps we will hear if there's some follow-up or productive sessions that will bring about solutions towards the state of higher education in Namibia towards agricultural research. Thank you very much for your attention. Over to you, Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you very much. That was Ms. Kombada Mopieni. I think it ties in very well also with the previous speech. I can't call it a speech, but yeah, it is from Dr. Alice Mwetwa, you know, where they're trying to improve on science and research in order to meet the sustainable development goals. Thank you very much once again for that insight. And now we're going to go into a presentation from a representative from the National Council for Higher Education, NCHE, that is Mr. Sam Shikongo, who is the Deputy Director for Higher Education and Management Information System. Mr. Sam Shikongo, are you with us?
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us. We can't see you as yet.
My video is on.
I can hear you quite clearly. However, there is no video input.
Yeah. My video is on. I'm not sure what the problem is.
Okay, perhaps anybody else can let us know if they're able to see Mr. Shikongo.
Mr. Nkube, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I can't see him either.
You can't see him either. Perhaps in the interest of time, can we allow Mr. Shikongo to proceed, because we are already a couple of minutes and hopefully technology catches us on the way rather than us on the way.
Okay. Thank you, Directors of Ceremonies. I will also just follow the protocol established by the previous speakers and all protocol observed. Mine was, of course, not a speech, but a request to present Namibia higher education fact sheet in terms of the statistics. So I'll just go ahead and share the screen. I hope we can all see.
Yes, we are able to see Mr. Shikongo. I think you can see.
Okay, thank you. As introduced, is actually, my name is Sam Shikongo from the National Council for Higher Education, and I'll be presenting the Namibia Higher Education Statistics fact sheet. As introduction, maybe just to give some highlight in terms of the National Council where I operate from. In Namibia, of course, we have the Higher Education Act, Act number 26 of 2003, which established the National Council for Higher Education. And of course, there are other acts, one related to Namibia Qualification Authority, as well as another one related to student funding. In terms of the National Council for Higher Education, the mandate is from the top to promote a coordinated higher education system. On the left side, to advise on government funding of public higher education institutions. At the bottom, to promote student access to higher education institutions. And on the right side, to promote quality assurance in higher education. As per the Act, the higher education means all learning programs leading to qualifications other than grade 12 or its equivalent, and includes tertiary education as contemplated in Article 20, Section 4 of the Namibia Constitution, but does not include the first one, vocational training provided by the Vocational Training Center registered under the National Vocational Training Act of 1994. It also does not include open learning provided by the Namibia College of Open Learning, established by the Namibia College of Open Learning Act. So the statistics that I'm going to present to you, we actually collected annually from all the higher education institutions that has programs at National Qualification Framework level 5 to 10. And we use this to actually produce a statistical yearbook. We are also on a regular basis conducting graduate survey from major higher education institutions, mainly the 3 universities. One of the key information at the national level that I could share here before I go into details is that Namibia adult literacy rate for 2016 was 88.7% overall, and for males it was 89.4%, and for females it was 87.9%. This is as per Namibia Statistics Agency, and the project that does that or that produces that information is NIDS, which is Namibia Intercensal Demographic Survey. So I have to now continue in terms of going into details in terms of higher education statistics. The first slide you see there is on students enrollment, and it's presented from 2015 to 2019, just for you to see the growth. And of course, there is a key there to say that the blue is for male, the brownish one is female, and the gray one is total. So this clearly shows that a large percentage of our students in higher education has been female students. And in 2019, there were actually 67%, of which 33% were male students. The next slide is presenting the gross enrollment ratio, which is actually looking at all the students enrolled in higher education as a percentage of the population age 19 to 23, which is regarded as the appropriate age for higher education in terms of the bachelor students. From 2015, in terms of both sex, it was at 21 and it grew up to 28 by 2019. And you can see clearly that because of that female domination, their line is above. And you can even compare in terms of the increase from 27 to 36, that there is a larger percentage of about 9 in terms of the growth. Unlike for males, where it was only a growth of 3% over those 5 years. This one presents the AGIs, which stands for Higher Education Institutions, enrollment per institutions for 2015 and 2019. Just to see how the growth has actually changed over the years. The listed institutions, the first 3 actually, UNAM, NAST, and NAMCO, those are public institutions. And the following 14 institutions are actually private institutions. And of course, UNAM, which stands for the University of Namibia, mainly dominate the enrollment. It was 41.5% in 2015 and is grown to 45.3% in 2019. And of course, on the right side, you see the total for public as well as the total for private. And you'll see that in terms of the percentage, about 70% is students from public institutions, which are only 3. And about 30%, which is 29.4%, is from the private institutions. Overall, we had, in 2019, we had 66,000 students, 428 in 2019. This just zoom in terms of those institutions. I spoke to the percentages. You can see the 3 major institutions, which is UNAM, which is the University of Namibia, NAST, which is Namibia University of Science and Technology, as well as IUM, which is the International University of Management, and then the other institutions grouped together. And the highlight there is to say that UNAM and NAST enrollment actually was 67% in 2015, and it reduced to 63% in 2019. And this is basically due to the reduction in the NAST enrollment. As you can see, UNAM has been increasing. This one presents the enrollment by the field of learning. Again, for those 5 years. One key outcome is that the 2 fields, education, training, and development, as well as business, commerce, and management studies, are dominating the enrollment. So you will see that there's been a switch. Business has been going down while education is going up. And the last column actually just presents overall in terms of the average for the 5 years, those are the percentages. But if you look at, for example, agriculture and nature conservation, which is, I think, one of the related fields to RU Forum, the enrollment percentage has been consistently around 2%. Here it presents the enrollment by STEM fields of learning, which is the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and also by gender. And when you zoom in, you see that the female are actually the majority only in health, sciences, and social services, as well as in agriculture and nature conservation. So a lot has to be done for them to pick up in terms of the other fields of learning. This one presents the graduates by gender. again, this is just to show that overall, we have been supplying the market for the past 5 years with roughly close to 10,000 graduates. And of course, the employment are really not there. And of course, we have very high unemployment rates. And of course, it's very much related to the enrollment. So the outputs, as you can see, females are leading almost double the male graduates. Presenting the field of the graduates by field of learning. Again, there is that relation between the enrollment and graduates. Business, commerce and management study, as well as education, training and development, again supplies the majority of the graduates. And over the few years, we have supplied the market with about 47 graduates. And then I added a slide on graduate employment, which is extracted from the graduate survey that we conduct, just to look at how many percent are employed and in which sectors they are employed. So on the far right, in 2017, the graduates reported that 83% of them were actually employed. But when we did the graduate survey again in 2019, only 69% of them indicated being employed at that moment. And of course, when you go into the categories, most of the graduates are employed in the government, of which the percentage also went down from 59 to 51%. And there is also a percentage for public enterprises, which are supported by government, and private businesses. There's a slight increase of from 21 to 29. And the slight increase may not necessarily be a notable increase, but it's also because government has frozen its positions for a number of years. I think since 2018, 2019, the positions has been frozen. Therefore, in 2019, those who were employed by government reduced. And then I also wanted to look at to present to you the academic staff's highest qualification in 2015 and in 2019. In terms of the total staff, in 2015, there were 4,685, and they grew to 5,968 by 2019. And when you zoom in terms of the academic staff highest qualification, to say which qualifications they had, of course, we had some that had diplomas, bachelors, and so on, because some of the institutions are small and they are offering certificates and diplomas. But when you look at the master degrees and doctorate degree, you see that by 2015, in terms of the staff, it was 32% for masters and 13% for doctorate. And these have increased by 2019 for masters to 43% and for doctoral degrees to 17%.
Mr.
So in a
Sam
nutshell,
pardon me for interjecting. Kindly begin to wrap up as time is not on our side.
Yes, this is the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is just to present the key issues emanating from the statistics, which of course, the first one is that the female students dominate Namibia higher education institutions and they keep increasing. The enrollment is in the two fields, which is business and education. and the percentage of female students in STEM is high only in 2 fields, and the high percentage of graduates in education and business will lead to tight employment competition in those fields. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam Chikongo. That is the Deputy Director in the position of Higher Education Management Information Systems at the National Council for Higher Education. Now, it's very clear that there has been a gradual increase in enrollment of learners in tertiary institutions. But when we zoom into the bracket of agricultural sciences, it has been constant at 2%. And the same with the graduates, also being constant over the last couple of years. Now, the questions of why is that the case? I'm happy because we'll be going into the panel discussions where these and other concerns will be addressed. Let me take some time now to introduce to you my colleague who will be moderating the panel discussions, Mr. John Alfiku, who is the Assistant Director of Corporate Engagement and International Relations at the University of Namibia. Good afternoon, Mr. John Alfiku.
Thank you so much, Kube, for the introduction.
Kindly take it over from here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, I'll be moderating. I think it's a fantastic session so far. I think we've heard a lot of very, very useful and even startling information when we look at the presentation that has just been concluded. So my purpose this afternoon is basically to help moderate the panel discussion on the status of higher education and scientific research in Namibia. I'm joined by very, very good panelists, 3 of them. I'll just quickly run over them and then we'll quickly get into the discussion. We are joined by Ms. Harmony Biekes, who's a manager at NQF with the Namibia Qualifications Authority. Are you here, Mrs. Biekes?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Alfiku.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us, Ms. Biekes. Everyone, that's Ms. Biekes. We're also joined by Dr. Edgar Moa, who is a Senior Program Officer for Policy and Council Services with the National Commission on Research, Science and Technology. Dr. Moa, are you with us? Dr. Moa?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, all right, Dr. Moa. We can't see you, but perhaps when you are speaking later, you would definitely like to see your face if it's possible. And last but not least, we are joined by Mr. Malcolm Kambanzera from the National Secretary, who is the National Secretary for Education from the Namibia National Students Organization, NANSO. Welcome, panelists, and I look forward to us having a very good discussion. Just some quick ground rules. I will be directing a few prepared questions to you, and either of the panelists are welcome to jump in there if they feel they have something to add. And to our viewers, once the panelists have each shared some of their wisdom or what they have to contribute, I will be opening up the floor for some questions and answers. So if you have any questions, please put them in the comment section. And then when we get to that section, we can then redirect them to the relevant panelists for some better discussion. But at any point in time, please feel free, everyone, to write in the chat if you have some thoughts to share. All right, having said that, I think I'm going to get us started as we discuss the status of higher education and scientific research in Namibia. So I think before we get into this discussion, I would like to throw it to the NCRST to just give us a brief overview of the major current research activities that are happening in Namibia at a national level. Just a quick bird's view. What does that look like? Dr. Moas, it's over to you. Dr. Moa, I think you are still muted. We can't hear you.
Right, are you able to see me?
Oh, perfect. We can see you, Dr. Moa. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much. The general overview of the current status with regards to research in the country, I'll maybe refer to a number of major projects that are currently being run by the NCRST. The first one involves the Science Granting Councils, where it's the Science Granting Council's innovation, where we are funding various projects in the country. In fact, in four thematic areas, in water, in agriculture, and so forth. So we have funded a number of researchers from NAST, from UNAM, as well as from NGOs with this initiative, right? And then the second one is, it's a major one with between the NCRST as well as the NRF, the National Research Foundation in South Africa. We have funded through two calls. We've had the first call around 2016, which ran till I think in the 2018s there. And the second one is the one that's currently ongoing, where the NCRST is actually funding, or this bilateral call is funding research across a wide spectrum of fields. You may have noted the previous national program that the NCRST coordinated from 2014 to 2017 had thematic areas of about 15. We speak of health, we speak of agriculture, water, and the list goes on. There were 15 of them. So this current bilateral funding between Namibia and South Africa through NRF and NCRST is funding across those thematic areas. And then we are currently also funding PhD students that we have a collaboration between NCRST and NASFAF, where we have funded some PhD students to go study in mathematics, in TEPU. And yeah, so basically, I think those are the major ones that we have in place at the moment. But of course, there are some that may not necessarily be funded by the NCRST through that. Thank you.
All right. So from what I understand, basically, you keep track mainly of the projects that are funded by the NCRST.
Yes, the ones that I can report on in terms of funding, yes. But however, we do keep track of all research activities that are happening countrywide, in that the NCRST actually issues permits, research permits for all research that happens in the country.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moore. Based on that, from that point of departure, would you say from the scientific activities that are going now, to what extent do those contribute to the body of knowledge in terms of adding to Namibia's economic advancement? How would you say is that relationship? Can you see some type of relationship there in terms of the activities we've engaged in so far? And what would that be, perhaps?
All right, thank you. There are a number of interventions that the government has engaged into based on the direction of the findings from research projects.
Okay, so
the
there has
one
been
example
some
that I
useful
can
knowledge.
give.
Sorry, so there has been some useful knowledge outputs out of this research, actually.
Yes, yes. The one example that I can give, for example, is the Biosafety Act of 2007 had no regulations on how it would be implemented. So a survey was then conducted by the Ministry of Higher Education, Innovation, Technology and Innovation, rather, our mother ministry. So that study is what fed into the regulations, or rather the guidelines on how that act would then be implemented, which is then those guidelines are actually being used even today. Yeah, so that's just one example, but however, there are many other examples where research results from the current projects that, or other previous projects that have been undertaken, actually influencing policy reforms and the direction in which the country goes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think I'll perhaps just before I move on to asking other panelists questions, I mean, so far you've heard from Dr. Albert van Kent, who's the director at our line ministry, the Ministry of Higher Education, Training and Innovation, with regard to preparing for, not just now, but for the future jobs, for the future economy. In terms of that future economy that we are preparing for, there are obviously various new parameters that must change in education, in innovation, as well as enterprise development. How would you say, would you say as a country, from your professional opinion, that we are prepared for this new fourth and fifth industrial revolution?
All right, thank you. Yes, we may not be fully at the moment where we are ready to take off, but however, the plans that we have put in place as a country puts us where we ought to be. For example, recently our government approved the revised national policy on science, technology, and innovation. And in that policy, there are policy interventions that explicitly bring forth activities with which, if we engage in as a country, we actually will be ready to take on the 4IR. For example, just to give you an example, there is one where we are under objective number 6 to promote a culture of STI and entrepreneurship, as you have referred to, how entrepreneurship comes into or will be promoted in these programs. The one activity under that would be to provide innovation vouchers to companies or SMEs to procure R&D services from higher education institutes and research and development institutes, and to promote, another one would be to promote SME in-house R&D, to forge collaboration with the public research institutes to introduce scientific output into the economy. So those are just some of the interventions, policy interventions that speak to how we can engage into 4IR in terms of education as a country. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Moa, for that input. I think I'm noting a few questions which we'll be redirecting to you a little bit later on. I want to move over and make a transition over to our colleague from NANSO, Mr. Malcolm Kambanzera, to just come in and weigh in on this question. How relevant is the current education system to the private sector and to the economy in terms, obviously, of the quality of research that comes out, if you can comment on that. But most importantly, perhaps where NANSO is positioned on the education sector itself. So perhaps just a reflection on the relevance of the education that students receive in terms of what the private sector requires. Can perhaps we have the representative from NANSO to just weigh in on that question for us? Mr. Kambanzera, are you there? Okay, it looks like we don't have Mr. Kambanzera there with us, so I'll shift this question over to Ms. Biekes from the NQA to perhaps just weigh in for us there. Ms. Biekes, if you can.
Yes, thank you, moderator. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, how relevant and how ready is our system? Specifically, how relevant is the education system? And how does it surface the needs of our industry? Most of our programs that are being developed in the education system are always developed, in collaboration with our industry, so as to ensure that it caters for the needs of industry and allow for relevance. You would not want a scenario where you have qualifications that are not needed by industry, or where the skills and competencies that the graduates hold are not in line with what the job profiles and occupational needs of industry is for a specific job role or function. What I would say is, at the moment, we still need to improve on this, because if you look at the stats that were shared earlier by Mr. Shikongo, you will see that we still have high enrollment in certain fields of study. And we have a number of graduates exiting from these fields of study. One wouldn't say that these fields are not relevant, because if you look at education, we need to we need educators. Our system will always need educators, because we believe in the principle of cradle to grave, lifelong learning. So as long as there are people, we will need educators. But what is it that we need from the educators that are being trained? So we need to refocus perhaps our curriculum and diversify a bit. I actually thought of this earlier, and I also had it in my comments on this question, that commerce, the field of commerce is very broad. Now, what you will find is, you will find a lot of graduates that exit the field of commerce with qualifications, say in accounting, business studies, business management, for example. But then you'll have certain areas within that field that is not, there is no qualifications, for example, in existence. And one I would like to mention is, we now have qualifications, let me just say that. But we recently only got qualifications in, for example, a subfield such as real estate. And we had a number of people practicing this profession, but with only the board certification, and some of them did not have formal qualifications. But it's a big contributor to our economy, and for that reason, one of the priority areas that was identified within commerce. So when we look at the broad field, it might seem like it's oversaturated, but there are subspecializations that are still needed. So we need to diversify, look at our needs, and really align our needs, our curriculum to the needs. Then another one within the commerce field would be, I was just looking at it and saying, sorry, not the commerce field, but in the education field, you have a number of graduates that graduate at the stages, at the phases of education, the basic education teachers, and you get your higher education, your secondary teachers. But then you have a gap within the ECD sector, which is also under the education field. So within the ECD sector, we do have qualifications, but we still have a number of people practicing the profession without being formally qualified in the field. So really there is that mismatch that still needs to be addressed. So from my point of view, I would say our education and training system is definitely relevant, but there is definitely room for improvement. And how we can do this is by making sure that the education and training that is being offered is relevant and aligns to the needs of industry. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Biekes. I'm really happy to hear that there are some, innovations that are happening within that sector in terms of creating those alignments where they didn't exist. And because it just took me back to, I think, one statement that I read from the presentation by Dr. Mwetwa from Roof Forum, saying the whole point of education should be, to make people more connected to the challenges that are faced in their rural communities. But it looks like there are also urban challenges that we have, and our education is not really, designed to solve those challenges. So while we have you on the screen, I just wanted to add another question that goes in quite nicely with what you've added. The basic education curriculum, right? Does it really align with higher education? Because we spoke about the teaching profession now and how that is, quite at the top of the demand list in the market. But how does it align with higher education? Because speaking personally as someone who works in higher education, we see the very low throughput rates that are happening there. So what's your opinion around that alignment between basic education and higher education?
Yes, thank you for the question. The basic education curriculum, it focuses on a certain phase of learning, a development stage. So really aligned to the graduates at that specific stage of development. Our current curriculum, the review of our curriculum the process started way back with the education conference. I think it was one of the videos shared earlier, where in 2011, as a country, we decided to review our curriculum, our basic education curriculum, to make it a better fit for our need, because we realized back then that there is a need for us to enhance, the skills of the graduates that come from the basic education sector. So this review took place, and in 2016 the reformed curriculum was then finalized and approved and introduced. We now have introduced in our system new school leaving qualifications, but what I would say is there is some change within the system taking place currently, so there is a reform happening. So we will definitely see a change within the graduates that are currently coming through the system because of the reform that started way back. And
while you are there, Dr. Biekes, while you are there, I had heard something about the level at which students previously exited from basic education. Was that level 4 or level 5? What level was that?
The level from which students exited from basic education previously was level 3 and 4. The level 3 qualification, you could have, you had the option of having a level 3 certification only, where you chose 6 subjects on NSSCO, ordinary level. And that would lead to a level 3 certificate. You also had a scenario where a student would graduate with a level 4 certificate, which would be either 6 subjects on higher education, or you could have a combination of 3 higher subjects as well as 3 ordinary.
Okay,
now
let me stop you. Let me quickly stop you there before you move on. Okay, at what level do, let's say, the university start? Since it was level 3 and 4, you can also answer the question whether that has changed, but I really want to, for our panelists and to come in on this, as well as the audience, at what level do we start with universities now? Because I feel there's a gap somewhere there. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, our university studies, our universities mostly have level 6 and above qualifications. That is now the final qualification, but the qualification can have some competences at level 5 as well as level 4 that make up the qualification. So although the final award where you exit is, for example, level 6, 7 and above, the higher education institutions still offer some level, and this is now the universities, they offer, say, for example, a diploma that is inclusive of level 4, 5, and 6. With the level 4 credits, however, they are only allowed to have 40 credits in a bachelor degree. So you won't have a big component of your bachelor degree coming from level 4, but you will have 1 or 2 subjects that comes from level 4. So they do have some combination of subjects, but the awards are definitely from level 6 and above.
Okay.
We do have, maybe I should just add this, we do have some legacy qualifications in our system where there was a level 5 diplomas as well being offered by our universities. This has also now changed with the reforms that are currently happening, and also with the universities trying to align more to the higher education framework,
Okay.
to the requirements of that, yes.
I see. Okay, so I think that answers really my question about some of those courses starting out at level 4 and then becoming gradually more, higher level thinking as they move on. I think that I'm going to move over to our audience now, who have been asking some questions. Since we started a little bit late with our session, I'd still like us to keep within time. But we have a question here from Mr. Nahas, who is asking, okay, wait, let me go to the question by Mr. The first question I actually saw. In terms of science and technology, teaching and research, considering the massive transformation of civilization expected from new technologies, are the education curriculum process prepared to be transformed much faster and redesigned and focus more on future jobs and rethink of new frameworks for accreditation of a new world? So I think I understand that question, and I think I'll ask this both to the NCRST, but it's perhaps also more relevant to you, Ms. Biekes. It's just the whole point of, the era that we live in now, new and emerging technology. We're no longer talking about newspapers, we're talking about, digital blogs and websites and vlogs. How prepared are we? And the fact that technology changes so quickly, are there any transformation that really would allow our students to be able to compete in that fast digital world? Because I keep hearing about curriculum transformation, but when we really look at what is driving and powering the world now, we still have some challenges in terms of just internet, for example. So perhaps you can just weigh in on there. Where do you think we are with regard to that question that was just asked?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, moderator. What I would like to say is we definitely have to change our way of doing, curriculum reformation and also review of our curriculum to make it much faster. Definitely, that I agree with. And we need to implore our institutions also to adapt, the curriculum to cater for the needs of the fourth industrial revolution, and also for the technological needs that and technological advancements that are available within our systems. For us as an education sector, I would just like to say that last year, and I think Dr. Van Kent also mentioned that we really had a big challenge when COVID hit us. We just had to move to online, whether we were ready as a system or not. We really had no choice. And if you look at it today, looking at the year that passed, when we started out, we were all very worried. What is going to be the quality implications and all of that? But what I can say is that we really adapted to the needs, of industry, and also industry adapted to the needs of the system. And we really looked immediately at our way of doing things, and we now have online education available in our system. So most of our institutions of higher education have definitely started introducing online education. So I think there is that possibility, as long as we all remain flexible and open and willing to adapt and change. I think that is possible within our regulatory frameworks, even as they are. It's really about our processes that we need to adapt to make sure that we stay abreast with change.
Yeah, I think that's one of the points being raised there, rethinking new frameworks for accreditation. Because I remember, I don't know how long ago it was, but I remember asking about, online self-paced education. And even from where I work, it wasn't something that was willing to be entertained by certain faculties. I remember I was talking to an associate dean from the faculty of pharmacy, and I was like, I really want to do pharmacy. Can't you offer it online or something? And I was told, no, you need a laboratory for this. It's impossible. But here we are a year, 2 years later, we are doing it. So I think that the innovation in terms of rethinking those frameworks, how long at the moment does it take for accreditation of a new program? Perhaps you can just weigh in on that. What's the current, length of time?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Afiku. With currently, it doesn't happen, in a shorter space than 6 months, because there is that quality assurance process that happens between the NQA and that specific applicant. So that entire process, you can do it within 6 months. But sometimes you find that it can even surpass the 6 months. But we have quarterly approval meetings. So basically, it can also happen within 3 months if we, make use of technology as well to assist us. So currently, we haven't really embarked too much on the use of technology, but I think it is something that we are looking at the moment as an institution to see how we can, do site visits, for example, so that we don't have to physically go to the site and visit an institution for accreditation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Biekes, for those insights. I would just want to find out if representative from NANSO, Mr. Kambanzera, is with us now. We couldn't get him earlier on to say something, but there is another question that I would like to direct either to NANSO or the NCRST to engage with, and it reads as follows. There is a perception that students choose to do education as a last resort, or because it's believed to be easier, and students only want a paper for a job. How can this be addressed or changed to reproduce higher quality human capital to be more in line, to be more like what is seen in Finland's education? So I think this is a question that we got from Cooper. And speaking from experience, this is quite true. And we've seen from the presentation earlier on how big the demand is in education. So perhaps either Mr. Kambanzera or Mr. Moa can just weigh in on that question. How do we change? How do we get people to change and be interested in more the stem cells sections, for example? There's another question which point to that, which said, I think some countries have reduced the fees for some of these stem cells, which we want more people to enroll in. So perhaps these are some ideas that we could reflect on. That's probably more for universities, but I would assume it would have implications on policymakers as well. So Dr. Moa, since I think I can't see Mr. Kambanzera coming in, can you weigh in on that question?
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure from the side of the basic education, but from higher education, I could relate that to the current plans where, for example, the whole curriculum is changing towards fitting the industry. It's more, it will be based more on what the industry requires. And so therefore, for those that choose to do education, to do the teaching part, I think with those aspects getting included in the basic education as well, I'm sure it will, to some extent, interest some to really go for that instead of doing it casually. And also the fact that with regards to I think maybe let me stop there for now. Yeah, I think that's what I would input to that, but I think it's more to do with the basic education. I think the basic education fraternity to incentivize on how that qualification becomes attractive to many to engage into. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think there's also an element of culture and socialization, because I think from the legacy of apartheid in Namibia, for those who might not know, our parents were only allowed to take up certain professions. While all of them are not as popular as they used to be, I think education and the job security it provides is certainly one of them. I think we have Mr. Kambanzera back online now, and I would really want him to comment from Nanso's perspective on his impression on the quality of higher education in Namibia. Perhaps the NQA can also jump in, and then we're going to conclude this session. Mr. Kambanzera, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Alfigo. I think from my end, I'll definitely add on to what you had just mentioned. And yes, definitely, it's a social conditioning challenge, particularly because this is known as the northern and the northern, or let me say the 4O regions, and then the colleagues from the Kavango East and West regions, particularly also Zambezi. This is known as their syndrome, because when they get to a university, this is most likely the choices that they always take up. It's either education or nursing. And you are right. It's because of this that it's because of the if you look at the trajectory from the days of apartheid, even as a student, when you go to these particular universities, when you are finally ready to go, even your parents, sometimes as a student, you consult your parents, Dad, what do you think is the best for me to go and study? And this parent would say, no, you can go and do teaching or nursing. It provides, it's the most easy and accessible courses. And for them, it seems like it provides job security afterwards. However, to change that perspective, or not perspective, but to change that view for students to sort of get into other courses, it's a thing of also around your areas, particularly if you look at the courses that are offered even by the universities in our southern and northern regions. These are the courses that are accessible to the students. It's only teaching, it's only nursing. We need to decentralize the engineering courses. We need to decentralize the science courses to these particular regions, because in as much as you grow up just seeing your colleagues that had gone to your high school, who are now your seniors, they are just teachers around, they are just nurses around, you won't be inspired. You won't look at other possibilities, such as the engineering, such as your medicine. And
Absolutely.
So I think it's a thing of, yeah.
I think you've weighed in enough on that one, Mr. Kambanzera. I think your points are well noted. I think you're quite brilliant ideas, decentralizing engineering. As you know, all of those former colleges were actually education colleges, actually. So it's no surprise that they're continuing. But I want you to weigh in before we conclude on the question of, from Nanso's perspective, what is the quality of higher education in Namibia? Because you speak for the students. What's your view in there? How do you see it? How do your students see
it? Generally, John, the education system, the higher education system that we have is stellar, it's par. But these are only statistics or generalizations provided for when you look at the big three institutions. And when you look at the other side of the fence, when you come to smaller institutions, the quality drastically just degenerates, particularly with the smaller institutions. When I don't want to mention names, but when you go to smaller institutions, students are studying through, even particularly now with this COVID-19 situation, students are studying through deplorable conditions. You find that there's just no staff, there's just no materials. They don't have study materials. They don't have access to platforms where they could, and albeit they make use of now things like Zoom and so on. They don't have what is it, technological advances such as portals and so on. So it's a thing of the when you look at the three big institutions, like I'm saying, the quality is stellar, it's par. The courses that are offered are of quality. It definitely sits at the top echelons of qualifications when you go out to the job market. But then it's also a thing of when you come to smaller institutions, the entry requirements as well is what sometimes degrades these particular qualifications. I mean, I'm doing engineering with maybe 40 at NAST, and then at a smaller institution, someone with a 20 is doing engineering as well. So it's I think to address that, but
no, I think that's a very relevant question, and we have another panel discussion later on. I see a lot of questions actually. Thank you so much, Mr. Kamanzera, for coming in there. But I see a lot of other questions, very, very good questions that unfortunately I feel, are not fair to present to this panel. So I am going to note them down. And after we've heard from a few presentations that are going to start shortly, I think 2 or so, we will start the next panel discussion, right? Panel discussion number 2, which will focus on investment in higher education. But I think we can really steal a few seconds since we didn't utilize our time because of a slight delay. I think we will touch on some of these aspects of standardizing the rules. And, I see some questions on fair competition there and quality standards as well. So I think we can touch on those when we reach the point of discussing the next panel discussion on investment. So I'm going to conclude this here. I want to thank all the panelists from the NQA, from NAST, as well as from the NCRST for weighing in with your expert opinions. We hope that it has been insightful to those who are listening. I know there's been a lot of questions, about 9 in total. We haven't gotten to get to all of them, but I promise I will try and address them in the next session. Thank you so much. And I'd like to hand over to Mr. Nkube to moderate the next presenters. Thank you.
So thank you. I can't thank you enough. That was a well-rounded discussion. Thank you for the questions that you posed. And thank you also to the panelists for responding. And I like the relevance of those questions, a few notable ones on the issue of science and technology or technology changes and how institutions are keeping up with that, as well as the quality of education from the student's perspective, which brings up questions, challenges that need to be answered. So we continue, like you said, Mr. Ofiku, later with a panel discussion that will be coming up shortly. But for that, we will be going into another presentation with one of the panelists that was on just now, Dr. Edgar Moa. And Dr. Edgar Moa will be talking about perspectives on human capital development and research needs for Namibia, focusing on challenges and opportunities. My apologies, I was just trying to share a screen there while I was discussing as well, and I've just failed to do so. Talk of catching up with technology. However, at this point, I'm going to allow Dr. Edgar Moa to go ahead with that presentation. Dr. Edgar Moa.
Thank you. Thank you so much, moderator. Please bear with me as I try to load the presentation.
While you are busy loading your presentation, might I note at this point that for the panelists, kindly visit the Q&A box, note the questions that apply to you, politely respond to those as well in the Q&A. Mr. Ofiku said when we do get a chance in the next presentation, we will definitely address some of those key aspects that we saw lacking, which we did not address previously. Dr. Moa, it's over to you.
All right, thank you. Are you able to see the presentation?
No, we are unable to see it.
Okay.
Perhaps I'm the only one. Anything?
We can't see it also from this side.
Okay, let me try again.
Perhaps again, while we still wait for Dr. Edgar Moa, do take note that we still have more presentations a little bit later after the panel discussion. We will have a presentation on youth entrepreneurship and the role of higher education in accelerating innovation and industry growth. That we will have from the National Youth Service Executive, who is Ms. Joy Zambo Mamili. That's still coming. So in case you have questions, have interest in that line, just keep there. We will be coming with that presentation after the panel discussion, which follows Edgar Moa's. Dr. Edgar Moa, you still haven't succeeded, have you? Okay, we are still unable to see anything that is being shared on the screen, and same sentiment is coming from the comment box. So, and at this point, we are unable to hear from Dr. Moa. Dr. Moa, I think he's gone on mute for now. That's trying to fix the slight problem that he's facing. All right, so time is definitely moving, and we seem to have a little bit of a challenge right there. I would like to call on Mr. Alfiku at this particular point. Dr. Moa, perhaps Mr. Alfiku, we can just deliberate on some of the questions that have been posed. Perhaps they can get answers a little bit later, or perhaps they can get answers right now. Or perhaps, Mr. Alfiku, I see you are there.
Yeah, sorry, I was having some technical difficulties, but I'm back now. What were you saying?
Yeah, I will repeat it. However, I think we will move on. I was saying perhaps we could, while we wait for Dr. Moa, go through some of the questions that you said were posed. However, in the interest of time, I think we should perhaps proceed to the next presentation, rather, and then see if we can have Dr. I wanted a little discussion on the questions that perhaps highlight them so that our panelists could ponder on them and later address them. However, I suppose we should move on in the interest of time.
Well, the next item is the second panel discussion on higher education investment. Perhaps we could proceed with that one.
I agree with you. We can I then hand it back over to you to take over from here?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, our next discussion borders on higher education investment, perspectives of government, higher education institutions, and the private sector. We have the pleasure of being joined by Mr. Ralph van Roy, who is the bursar at the University of Namibia. Mr. van Roy, are you with us?
Hi, John, I'm here.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. van Roy. We're also joined by Dr. Colleen Tuwandu, Director of Program Development Unit, Namibia University of Science and Technology. Dr. Tuwandu, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Thank you.
All right. I think Dr. Tuwandu was my physical science teacher, if I'm not mistaken. It's just the name sounds familiar. Is it you, Dr. Tuwandu? Please confirm.
Correct. You are right.
Okay. Nice to see you after all these years. We are also joined by Mr. Quilines Nashilundo, who's the registrar at the International University of Management. Dr. Nashilundo, are you with us?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm here.
All right, fantastic. We have an aerial view of you. Looks very nice. Thanks for joining us. We are also joined by Ms. Nicoletta Cooper Colomoni from TVET Curriculum Implementation Officer. That's her designation with the Namibia Training Authority. Ms. Colomoni, are you with us?
She's not yet in, but she's trying to join in. She's having.
Okay. All right, we'll be waiting for her. We are also joined by the Chief Executive. All right. We are also joined by the Chief Executive Officer from MITCO, Mr. Wilima Mushko Bajani.
Good afternoon.
You are with us. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Cheers.
We are also joined by the Chief Human Capital and Corporate Affairs from the Namibia Students Financial Assistance Fund, Mr. Olavi Hamwele. Mr. Hamwele, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. Last but not least, we are also joined by the Deputy Chief of National Development Advice from the National Planning Commission, Ms. Habani Munyangano. Ms. Munyangano, are you with us? Okay, perhaps Ms. Munyangano is still joining us. But I think in the interest of time, we're going to start our discussion. I think it's a very, very good subject, but I think perhaps before we go deep into our prepared questions, I think it's just fair to allow some of the questions already asked by the panel members, because we have UNEM, we have IUM, we have NAST, we have the NPC, NSFAF here. So I think there's some really relevant questions to these panelists before we start talking about investment. But in fact, some of this border on investment. So let me just try and retrace my steps. One of the questions I believe was geared towards, I can't find it now, but the question basically asked why we can't encourage, oh, here it is. Yeah, by Dolicia Oliver. Are there any interventions and or reforms to rectify this? Australia last year changed their university policies as concerted effort to decrease fees by 50% in the science and agriculture fields to increase enrollment. Tertiary education policies must be aligned with critical skills careers to ensure a sustainable economy. So I would like to perhaps direct this first question to NSFAF, Mr. Olavi Hamwele. Can you fund, agriculture students, for example, and those in the STEM cells who we saw earlier on from a presentation are just around 2% in terms of enrollment? What are the chances of, funding them 100%, for example, just to encourage uptake in those critical areas? Mr.
Yes,
Amuele, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. At this particular point in time, NASFA pays 100% for vocational training and also for undergraduate. The only portion or the only part that we do not fund 100% is postgraduate, because that one is given as a lump sum that we give to the student, and of course they have to top up. But the idea here is that most postgraduate students are employed, and they can then co-fund their studies. But for undergraduate and vocational training, we fund 100%.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification, Mr. Amuele. Now, this point was brought up in the context of students from the 04 regions, having an alacrity or a preference for studying nursing and education. And as you know, a lot of these students are not necessarily domiciled in the central part of the country where NAST IUM is dominated in terms of a variety of courses. So from what I know, but you can correct me here, if a student is studying engineering, for example, and they're in the hostel, does your fees cover 100% of their fees or only the tuition, the 100% that you're talking about? I just want clarification there.
Yeah, thank you for that question. For tuition fees, we pay what the university is charging, and that is what we call 100%. We call as per the invoice of the university. For hostel fees, we only contribute about 80% to that fee, but it is subject to the non-tuition fee that we are providing. So if we are only providing, in terms of your contract, if you are only providing 17,000 for non-tuition fees, then obviously that amount will then go towards your accommodation, and you are required now then to top up. The student should top up on that one.
Okay. No, thank you so much for that clarification, Mr. Amuele. Thank you so much. There's another question from Florence Nakayiwa. We saw in the Korean system that teachers are the best qualified and best paid. What is your comment on such an assertion for Namibia? Is it an issue that can be considered? I think I would like to perhaps push this one to the National Planning Commission, if assuming Ms. Munyongano has joined us. What are the prospects in terms of national planning for the teachers to be the highest paid? That's the question there from Florence.
Well, thank you very much. You might bear with me. I will not switch on my video.
Oh, it's all right.
Just a little bit.
Okay, nice to see you.
Yeah, it's only that my internet is it's unstable, so that's why I'll just switch it off for now.
We understand.
Okay. Well, regarding that's a little bit challenging for me. Regarding the salaries for the teachers, this is something that we should maybe for now take into consideration, because as it was done for the previous one when we were doing the job description, I'll say there's that PAM that we did, I think that was 2 to 3 years ago. And then there was a kind of research that happened for in all the institutions or all the categories. And it's based on what really that category is being doing, or I'll say the teacher has been doing. And that's where the salary or the grades came from. But I would not say that they are really the worst of all, but they are there regarding, they are there where everybody almost is. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think I've touched on some of the lingering questions that were relevant. I'd now like to really go into our discussion on higher education investment, perspectives of government, higher education institutions, and of course, the private sector. I've already introduced the panel that's will be deliberating on this. And then in a few minutes, at exactly 16:40, I'm going to open the floor for some discussions and questions by the attendees, as well as some of the panelists who might have something extra to say who spoke earlier on. But on that note, let me kickstart this off with a general human resource question. In terms, and I'd like to throw this one to the National Planning Commission again. So in terms of human resource development for Namibia, what current strategies are being considered to address the mismatch between the supply and demand of skills in the country? Here, we're obviously talking in relation to the National Human Resource Plan. So perhaps if you can just come in there, Ms. Munyangano, and tell us what's happening in that area.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Moderator. Well, to start with, as you have referred to the National Human Resource Plan, I would say that was the first strategy from the government side, because this plan is designed to provide a comprehensive overview of the human resource situation in the country. So as such, you see that this plan and also its associated implementation tools, it guides the government, including the private sectors, as well as the civic organizations, on how to invest into industries with high growth and employment potentials, I would say, as well as into critical skills to meet the current and emerging development challenges. Having said that, I would say the second strategy is also linking education and training output to labor market. And how this has been done, or how we have been doing it, is to really involve the private sectors as employers, I'll say part of employers, to provide like different skills that they need. For example, when we're doing this National Human Resource Plan, as well as we continuously using our model, we involve the private sectors. They have to tell us what skills that they really need. And those skills is what goes into our model. So that gap or that information that we get, it's what we communicate to the institution of higher learning for their consideration. And then I'm glad the previous speakers were also speaking on the flexibility, because they should be flexible, especially in the higher institution planning, because the flexibility in the higher institution system, this will also be able to eliminate the mismatch in this demand and supply. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for coming in there. I just have a quick follow-up question. In terms of the investment in basic education, TVET and higher education, is it in alignment with this National Human Resource Plan that we just spoke about? The investment in TVET and as well as basic education and higher education. Would you say it is in alignment?
Yeah, I would say it is really in alignment, because normally what normally happens is, or I would say after this plan was produced, it was really distributed to relevant institutions, or to all the institutions that we think can use it. So what normally happens every year, I would say it's only maybe this year that NASFAF did not really contact us, but they'll always consult us, especially when it comes to funding, which critical areas or discipline that we think are more of priority, or that have been identified as a gaps that they can use when it comes to funding. So based on that one, I would say, yes, it's being done.
Okay. No, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now that, since we've ended with the whole aspect of funding, I would like to move over to NSFAF. And we've already heard in brief from Mr. Hamuele that, NSFAF actually funds students 100%, the ones that they do in terms of tuition fees and so forth. I would perhaps just want him to weigh in on another question that we have here, which is, what are the general challenges faced by NSFAF? And please be sure to also touch on recovery as a sub-subject. Mr. Hamuela, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Fiku. The most challenging one is basically the availability of funds. If you look at the number of people that are applying on a yearly basis, the challenge that we are facing is that we have a lot of demand in terms of higher education, basically at all three levels, vocational, undergraduate, and also postgraduate studies. Now, on average, we get about 20,000 applications every year. And we unfortunately, about 80% of those applicants qualify to be funded in terms of NSFAF funding requirements. But at times now, if you convert that into the amount of money that is required, you realize that you have a problem, because every year we have to go back to Ministry of Higher Education basically to negotiate for more money. For example, this year we only got an allocation of 1.2 million, but our requirement was 1.2 billion, and our requirement is 1.5 billion. So we had to go back and again negotiate with the government in terms of the deficit. So that is the main challenge when it comes to NSFAF. The other challenges is basically the misalignment of the academic year and the financial year. Now you have students that are starting their studies or academic year in January or Feb, but because of the budgetary process within the government, where the financial year is starting only on the 1st of April, now one does not have to award, and one does not also have to pay for the first years, even for the continuing students. So that causes a delay, and as a result, it's a challenge, because now the award can only be done after the appropriation bill or appropriation act is passed, which would be normally about May, and then obviously the payment can only start thereafter. So every time there is a delay in terms of the awarding on time, and also effecting the payment on time. And then obviously, because of the many priorities in the nation, now the money that is allocated to NSFAF has to be released on, in chunks. It's also, you don't get all the money at one go so that you can pay the students at one go. Now you will see a situation whereby, for example, the non-tuition fee for somebody who is staying at home, you can only probably pay that person around May, June. But the person has been going to school, taking a taxi, paying for accommodation, and buying food, buying books. Since January up to May or June, when NSFAF will come through. So those are basically challenges. The other challenges with regard to recovery is that we have been having what we call physical files. Now, physical files were kind of bringing about some challenges in terms of providing information to the debtors so that they can start paying back. Because if you request now to see your balance, so it may take a day or two for people to go through those physical files. But that problem now is not a challenge anymore, simply because we managed to convert about 130,000 files into electronic. So what we need now, if you call in, we just need your ID number, and we can give you your statement immediately, so that you know where you stand.
Okay.
Also, yeah.
I was just saying that's fantastic. Please continue.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The other problem, probably, which is related to the budget is that when NASFAF was created, the purpose was to provide money for students to study and for people to pay back upon completion of their study. Now, the intention is to make NASFAF a revolving fund so that we can fund the Namibian child in perpetuity, going forward. Currently, what we are getting from recovery is only about 0.3% of the total budget requirement for NASFAF on an annual basis. Now, the reason for that is simply because of the nature of NASFAF loans, which are given to a person to study, and the person is not expected to pay back until they complete their studies. And also, the fact that unemployment rate is also high. The majority of our graduates are not employed, and as a result, they cannot unfortunately pay back. So that's basically some of the challenges that we have.
Okay. No, thank you so much for that honest and candid input. I think while we have you on the screen, as you know, over the history of the world, most of the societies that have done well usually start by investing in agriculture, because that's the basic need. If we go according to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you first need food, shelter, and all of those things. So from where NSFAF is, what percentage would you say is allocated to agriculture over the years, obviously relative to applicants and so forth, but how big is that chunk looking in terms of what goes to funding students who are in the agricultural sector?
Yeah, it's not quite impressive. We are talking about an average, we fund 140 agricultural students, students that are doing agricultural project or program on a yearly basis. And I'm just looking at the figures for the last 5 years. For example, we only funded about 738 students in the agricultural program. Now, the majority of those are basically undergraduates, followed by the vocational education, and then postgraduate. So if you look at the number, it's not that very impressive. Perhaps maybe what we need to do is to do some education and information sharing, so that people can understand and maybe enroll into these fields. What we do at NASFAF, basically, we fund what the person prefers. The field of study that you choose, and then you apply to us in terms of that particular field. But I understand your concern that perhaps maybe there must be a drive to create maybe some sensitization in terms of the importance of agriculture in general, so that many people can enroll in those fields, especially at the postgraduate level. Because if you look at the last 5 years, we only trained 70, and for 2020, we only trained basically 2 people at postgraduate training in agriculture.
Wow. Okay, those are definitely startling numbers. But thanks for highlighting that and giving us those facts. I think there are definitely other socioeconomic factors at play here, like was mentioned before, but I think it's a great point of reflection. I would like to move over to the aspect of the current high unemployment we have in Namibia. And I think I want to direct my attention to the CEO of MITCO. If he's still with us, I just want to ask basically, because this question, the way it's framed, it's about high unemployment and how the industry makes this even worse by asking a graduate, a recent graduate, to have 5-10 years experience before they can be employed. So I just want to hear from MITCO, which is a private sector company. What are they doing in terms of helping with the absorption and obviously the work integrated training for new graduates to be able to smoothly transform into the private sector? Perhaps you can also touch on some of the challenges that they might have there. Floor is yours. Okay, I think we might have lost the CEO there. We can address it a little bit later.
Let me see. Mobi, can you guys hear me? I can't hear you though.
Sorry, it looks like my connection was a little unstable. Please go ahead, Mr. Mushokubanji.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Because I can't hear you at all.
Can you hear me now? Mr. Mushokubanji, can you hear me? Okay, can anyone else hear me? Maybe my thing is having.
Yes,
John, I can hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. No, it's fine. I think we're having some trouble with the CEO there from MITCO. I think we're just going to move over to the higher
He's
education.
muted, John.
He was talking just now.
Yeah, but he's now muted.
Perhaps we can prompt him again.
Yeah.
Mr. Mushokubanji, can you hear us? I think his problem was that he could possibly still cannot hear us.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. I think he can't hear us. So I think I'm going to move over to the higher education institutions to perhaps just reflect one by one whether the investment available to them is enough. And I hope Dr. Van Kent is still online with us, because I have a question that just came in that I'd definitely like to throw his way. Let's start with Mr. Ralph Van Roy. Mr. Van Roy, the floor is yours.
Well, John, the investment is currently from government side into UNAM specifically is currently not enough. Our subsidy has reduced by 30% over the last couple of years until this year. And we are really struggling to make ends meet because I just switched on my camera. I forgot to do that earlier. I saw one of your questions was about the funding formula also. The funding formula is not introduced, it's not implemented. So if the funding formula was implemented, I'm sure we would have received more, but if government cannot afford at this stage to give us more, I think government should still maybe consider to implement the funding formula, but instead of giving us 100% of what the funding formula says, indicate to us a percentage thereof that we will get. It will allow us to plan better going forward and to plan what we need to invest in better. At this stage, we are doing budgets and we do not know by how much the government will subsidize us. And as you know, higher education is what the students pay are far from what the actual cost per student is. So yes, to answer your question, I think really government needs to maybe work on some sort of a formula that assists us in better planning. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're hearing from UNAM there. I think we'd like us to move over to IUM, Mr. Aquilius Nashilundo. Perhaps can just weigh in there in terms of, I know there is no direct funding from government, but I believe that students do benefit from government funded loans through the NSFAF. Perhaps you can just weigh in there on that matter.
Thank you, moderator. Yes, for IUM is a private university and not for profit organization. So our students, of course, most of our students are actually funded by NSFAF. But of course, as you know, NSFAF only funds certain fields, what they call priority fields. So, so our other students who are not in priority fields are really struggling in terms of trying to get funds for their educations. The parents or the households where they come from, they also may be struggling in that way. So we are, because we depend largely on the funds from students for our operations. So because of that investment or reduced investment in for example, at NSFAF, it impacts us also. And you know, the private sector, the bursaries, for example, we used to, in olden days, there used to be so many bursaries, but many private companies have now maybe cut that budget also. So we also see it, we also see it as a reduction in that case. So for now, the funds that we get are bare minimum, and we are making do with what we are receiving.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to move over to NAS to ask my former physics teacher, Dr. Toandu, to just give us a reflection there on NAST investment from the state.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I think as per the previous speaker also from UNAM, our sentiments are just the same. We are also experiencing the issue of the reduction in fund. Then there is also the other challenge of that the funds, when you are allocated a certain amount from the government, is that you don't get that amount at the same or at once. It's things, they come in chunks and so on. And that also hinder the planning. For example, when you plan your budget for the year or the things that you want to achieve, because usually you have a strategic plan. And for you to be able to run that strategic plan, you need to know how much money are you going to get and how much money do you need to spend on this and that. But if the money are not coming at once, and sometimes you run out of funds in your coffers for you to be able even to pay your staff and so on. So I think it's a challenge that we need to address. And also the issue of, I think the funding framework will also be a good thing that can help or assist us as universities to actually to plan better and also to report back to the ministries on what we are planning to do, because that system is actually based on credit. So I think much need to be done in that area, because otherwise, if we don't do or come with a change or some new things and so on, then it will be a problem for the university. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tuan. Thank you, Dr. Tuandu. I would like to move over to the NTA, perhaps with regard to their TVET program, and just also reflect how the investment is there, and I'll obviously move on with other questions. So, Ms. Kolomoni, if you can come in there and just weigh in for us. Okay, perhaps she's not with us.
Mr. Afiko, I'm back. I was disconnected. Let me know when you would want me to come in.
All right, I think you just perfect timing. You know, I think we have some specific questions for you that are still coming, but there was this issue of high graduate unemployment in the country, where the private sector is asking for 5-10 years experience for newly graduated people. Perhaps I just wanted to weigh in from your side as the private sector sees it at MITCO, perhaps, but just from your experience, you know, what can be done to better partner between higher education and the private sector in terms of the work integrated learning? Did you get that? Mr. Ushoka Banji, you are muted.
Okay, thank you. I'm saying on the guiding questions, I was requested to also comment on the impact of the red line on the Namibian.
Yes, we are coming to that one. We are coming to that one.
Okay, so you want me to answer the first question? Okay.
Yes, just on the working development. Yeah.
Okay, maybe you can just repeat the question again.
Well, basically, it's just to, the question just says, since there is high unemployment in the country, from the private sector perspective, and obviously you can speak specifically only about Midco in your experience, but you are welcome to generalize it a little bit from your side as the private sector. We see that there is this requirement where new graduates are being asked to have 5, sometimes 10 years experience to qualify for entry-level jobs. So perhaps why is it like that? And what can be improved to better facilitate the uptake of new graduates into the private sector?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. I think it's important that first I lay down the background. We are around 2.3 million people in this country, and agriculture remains the backbone of the Namibian economy. More than 70% of the Namibian economy are rural dwellers, and they highly subsists on agriculture for a livelihood. So agriculture, it is indeed the oxygen of the Namibian economy. If you look at the contribution of agriculture to employment creation at this stage, it's more than 50%. It's more than 60%. It remains the highest. If you look at across the entire value chain, from primary production to agro-processing to upstream to marketing and trade. So it remains the key factor in the Namibian economy. Now, when you assess the role of the private sector and employment creation, it's very critical. But then 5 years ago, as a country, we developed a legislation, the private-public legislation that we established. I think it clarifies the role of the public sector vis-a-vis the role of the private sector. Now, what is critical here is to say that the role of government, let it be that of setting a conducive business environment that is appetizing for the private sector to make sure that the private sector needs to flourish and do business. Now, similar, a learner, a child who goes to kindergarten up to grade 12 and university, there's a lot of value addition that has to be done there. And the private sector, the non-state actors like the traditional authority and the non-government organization, they play a role in raising a child. I mean, most of us, our parents could not afford to take us to school. It was government that financed, for example, my studies when I was studying. So government should create a conducive environment. And then the role of the private sector would be to create employment. But then there ought to be a cross-fertilization in terms of contribution. You would require government, for example, to make sure that they invest in research and development. One of the serious deficits we have in Namibia is the fact that public policy implementation, even policy formulation in government, is rarely informed based on empirical evidence. It's basically based on naked opinion. Why? Because there's a very strong separation between government and higher learning institutions. UNAM got a very functional faculty of agriculture, where I graduated from. NAST got a very functional faculty of agriculture, where I also studied. But you rarely see that we have got a forum, a coalition forum between higher learning institutions and the government to make sure that we come back together and assess and make sure that we find ways in which we could work together as we roll out curriculum. In trying to fix this gap, 3 months ago, Midco in particular and UNAM, we signed an MOU. In that MOU, we were very clear in saying, is Midco, I mean, we are running a tannery, we are running a feedlot, we're exporting some of the luxury complex markets like the US, China, and Europe. And I told UNAM, I said, look, I want to make sure that I house your graduates. I want to see first years at the tannery, to have first-hand experience. They have to be in the field at the tannery, to test primary production, to test agro-processing. I want them in the abattoir. They should debone, they should slaughter cattle, they should package. I want them to understand the complexity of our logistical arrangement, about how we are able to ship out tonnage of beef into these emerging and advanced economies and be able to generate, for example, 2019, 2020, we generated around 3.5 billion, just as the livestock industry. 50% of that was the contribution from Midco. So we can reduce the number of years that we can ask from young people in terms of experience. If we develop a system like the Chinese experience, the Chinese system that they have, including Germany. I went to Germany, I saw this, whereby young people should not only study agriculture in the classroom, they should be exposed much more earlier. And Paulo Freire, actually, in his book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, chapter 2, the banking concept of education as an instrument of oppression, talks about that to say we need to make sure that students, they live and work among the farmers. So that's the only way that together, the private sector, the public sector, the non-state actors, we can actually stimulate the enterprise of employment creation. So it's a two-way traffic. In a nutshell, government should create a business environment through legislation, through policy. Us as the private sector, we need to come in to make sure that we house both UNAM, IUM students here, including students from the vocational training. Agriculture is a practical field. We don't want to produce professional slaves. Young people who admire to work for the rest of their life. We are killing the country. We want to produce graduates who are job creators. Graduating should not mean I need to seek for a job. We need to kill that mindset. Graduation should mean I want to set up enterprises, generate business, contribute to the economy of the country, and employ other people. That is what should be the role of agriculture. And that is where the focus of our curriculum should be. But the nature of our curriculum right now, both NAST and UNAM, they are producing purely scientists, which is good. But we need to make sure. I used to like the national diploma we used to have at UNAM and the Ogongo Agricultural College. That's why 15 years ago, when I was the SRC president at UNAM, I opposed that UNAM needed to take over Ogongo Agricultural College and UNAM Agricultural College. Those colleges were developed to make sure that they produce people that are practical. These are, you see, higher learning institutions should understand that not all of us were meant to be intellectuals, to be scholars, to be PhD holders. Some of us, we are not intellectually gifted, and those children should not be looked after. We should motivate those children, put them into a one-year program, into a 3-year program. When they have diplomas in agriculture, these are the people that should go and create employment. We need to put people in our vocational training institutions. They just need probably 6 months training and let them to drive livestock production, vegetable production. It does not require 7 years of experience.
No, that's a fantastic observation, Mr. Mushabani, and I completely agree with you. I think there has definitely been a misassessment there in terms of structuring the different layers of knowledge, skills, and so forth. But while we have you on the screen, let's perhaps talk about the chief problem we want Midco to sort of give us guidance on in terms of what's possible. I think you already mentioned it's the red line, and just for the benefit of our viewers who might not be from Namibia, there is a red line in northern Namibia, and that part of Namibia is one of the largest livestock export markets. However, a large number of livestock in the northern parts of Namibia can't access these international and lucrative markets. So the veterinary garden fence, aka the red line, is currently a hot topic of discussion in Namibia. So just since we have the CEO of Midco here to basically advise us and say, why is it the way it is at the moment? And are there any feasible options to allow those people north of the garden fence to enter these lucrative markets? The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So to close off on what I said earlier on, there is a need for us as Namibians to decolonize our minds and teach our children that it is not a crime to go to a vocational school. We should not look down on vocational education and give more premium to university education. We need to correct that. We need to decolonize our minds, as Gungo Athiongo would put it. That's where the problem. We have to decolonize Namibia's higher learning institutions. So that a child who gets 40 points at St. Paul, when she goes to Varombola College, we should not say she's wished or he's wished. It should be normal to make sure that some of our best, they should admire to go to vocational educational system. In conclusion, now back to a contested topic in terms of the red line. We have done a lot of research. Now, for those who are not Namibian, just to give you a background on this. Number one, after the 1884 Berlin Conference, 2 years after that, around 12 years after that, in 1896, we had an outbreak, the Rinda pest outbreak. This was a disease that affected Namibia extensively, especially the southern part of the country. And then at the time, we were under German colonial rule. So by the end of German colonial rule in 1915, they had set up what we call today the veterinary cordon fence. It's basically a fence that divides the northern part of the country and the southern part of the country. Now, after 1896, in 1915, when Germany was losing most of its colonies on the continent, with the introduction of apartheid in 1948, the fence changed, and this is very important. The fence changed its objective. The objective now was to make sure that Southwest Africans from the northern part of the country could not basically cross over to the southern part of the country. So the function changed. Now, with independence, to fast forward in 1990, the role of the veterinary cordon fence changed. And this is where I want to spend most of my time. Now, the agricultural sector, like I said earlier on, is critical to the Namibian economy. In particular, Mitko, like I said, I mean, I export tonnage of beef annually from here and generate billions of foreign exchange earnings. I mean, we employ more than 1,000 people. Just by opening the Katima Mlilo abattoir last month, we have employed more than 300 young people into the abattoir. We'll be opening the Rundu abattoir in the coming few months. We might be employing another 500 people. And the reason why this is possible is because we have discovered markets in West Africa, Ghana, Congo, Brazzaville, Gabon, including DRC. So we are creating employment, and the tonnage of what we can export is including, especially with the signing of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Now, the veterinary of the cordon fence, the reason why it exists today is because we have what we call the OIE. So when you are engaging in trade negotiations, for example, when we were opening up the American market that we managed to penetrate last year, Americans will tell you in their specifications, beef from the FMD infected zone cannot enter the US. Beef from the FMD infected zone cannot enter the EU, including China. So only the southern part of the country where we are slaughtering cattle, basically the animal products can be exported into those luxury economies. So what we have done is, a lot of research have happened. The VCF is very political. Now, our research, after serious empirical evidence, a myriad of investigation that we have done, we have recommended to government to say, number one, we need to employ what we call commodity-based trade. So commodity-based trade would mean you set up an abattoir like we have done now in Brundu and Katima and Oshakati, and then you do what we call, you process the beef, you chew it to a level whereby the virus itself cannot be dangerous or transmissible in simple ways. Once you achieve that, we call that CBT, commodity-based trade, then we are able to export the beef anywhere else in the world. That way, you are opening up the space. We are able to make sure that the 1.6 million heads of cattle we have in the northern of the Comea area right now, we are able to process and export them and create employment for Namibians across the country. That's the first intervention. The second intervention is what we call compartmentalization, or creating what we call zoning. We are also engaging government to make sure we implement this. So by zoning, basically, it means like right now, Namibia is zoned. We have got the infected zone, which is now the red zone, for example, the Zambezi region. And then you have got what we call the protected zone, mostly the central regions, including part of the Kavango. For 40 years, we did not have any outbreaks there until around 2013. So what we are saying is that we need to zone, we need to demarcate some areas, create boundaries within the northern of the communal area. That way you are able to manage FMD outbreaks. So it is commodity-based trade as an intervention to open up the market. Number two is basically compartmentalization or zoning. Number three, it is to promote intra-Africa trade, which is what we are busy driving as MITCO. I just came from Congo, Brazzaville, and Ghana, negotiating for markets. As I'm talking to you now, I've got around 3,000 tonnage of beef lying into the Katima Mlilo abattoir and Rundu abattoir. In August, the first container is going to Ghana, is going to Congo, Brazzaville. So another strategic intervention is basically to intensify intra-Africa trade. And I think the signing of the EFTA agreement and the fact that now there's less money spent in terms of trade, it opens up the opportunity across Africa, and to make sure that we beef up the role of agriculture in the Namibian economy.
Wow. I think that's quite useful information, and I must say it looks very positive. And I'm really excited about the new, addressing some of those statistics of unemployment that we have in the country, especially the fact that we can get that from agriculture. As you know, there's in our community, and you alluded to this earlier on, there's this perception that agriculture is not important, or it's not the thing to study. If someone has good marks, they are told go and study X, Y, Z. In your view, coming from where, having done agriculture yourself and now leading one of the largest contributors to the GDP, how do you think we can change people from wanting to do nursing and education to start looking at agriculture as a real and viable course of study that meets career objectives?
Okay, so thanks for the question. The first thing is that we need to make sure that we have got a 21st century thinking and mindset. Now, the 21st century thinking and mindset would mean we will have to make agriculture sexy. We will have to make agriculture attractive to the youth. I mean, more than 60% of the Namibian population are young people. They're the youth. That's why we have got so much high youth unemployment. Now, how do we appetize young people to get into agriculture? Number one, we need to digitalize agriculture. Government will have to play its role to make sure that, number one, in the project, the enterprise of land redistribution, we need to make sure that we give more young people, and especially women, to have access to land. We'll have to make sure that we dish out the bouquet of providing agricultural extension services and advisory services, especially for the rural dwellers. We'll have to mechanize agriculture. We'll have to digitalize agriculture. That way you are able to attract young people. We'll have to make sure that we make it possible to have access to lucrative markets domestically, regionally, and globally. We'll have to convince young people that to become an agripreneur is as appetizing as becoming a chartered accountant, is as profitable as becoming a lawyer, is as profitable as becoming a CEO. We'll have to make sure that we make agripreneurship appetizing, rewarding. If we can set up systems and processes and create a conducive, appetizing business environment that will convince young people that actually when you go into agripreneurship, you are able to buy a house, you are able to buy a car, you are able to have access to basic services like education and healthcare. You can actually be rich. Actually, the future billionaires won't come from oil and gas. The future billionaires will come from agriculture. So we need to make sure that we educate young people that the future billionaires, they will be young farmers. It will be the youth, those who go into agriculture. There's money in agriculture. We are generating billions as MITCO every year. Just this week, I paid more than 30 to 40 million back to the producers.
Wow.
Because I bought cattle from them. In the year 2019, 2021, 2020, we paid back as MITCO 1.1 billion back into the pockets of the producers. But these producers, most of them, they are the elderly generation. Young people should get back to agriculture. So we have to digitalize agriculture. We have to make agriculture sexy. By making agriculture sexy, we should convince young people that the environment is conducive for you to generate money. For me, that would be the strongest intervention that we can make. But ultimately, in conclusion, we need to make sure that we invest more in Namibia's vocational educational system. That's very important. We need to decolonize Namibia's higher learning educational system. Young people, grade 11 and grade 12, we will have to make sure there's congruence in our curriculum. Teachers should tell young people that if you go to a vocational school, you are not intellectually a disorder. You will still be treated like somebody great in the curriculum. We need to make sure we change that. Germany has done that. China has done that. The Chinese came to Germany to come and learn their educational system. That's how China today managed to be who they have become today. Singapore did the same thing. We need to do that in Namibia, and we should drive that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think that was absolutely fantastic. And to be honest, quite inspiring to hear. Thank you so much for being part of this. I think having heard what we've heard from the CEO of MITCO, I'd just like to go to the higher education institutions one more time before we round up this discussion. Unfortunately, I won't be able to go through all the questions, but there is a question on what are universities doing to promote and attract quality research grants and what incentives are in place to encourage academic staff to remain competitive and academically relevant. This is especially so because all of these interventions that are being discussed now and these great ideas cannot be possible without quality research being conducted. So I think I'd like to start off with IUM to perhaps just weigh in there in what are they doing to promote and attract quality research grants to their institutions.
John?
Pardon me, Mr. Ofiku.
Yes.
Pardon me also, if those answers could only be limited to 1 or 2 sentences for the interest of time, you can just summarize it into a sentence or 2. Thank you.
Yes, and while we're at it, there is a lot of questions that are coming through, some of them of issues that we have already surpassed that I can't go back to. So I'd just like to implore the panelists. I see Mr. Ralph and Roy is commenting there in the chat box. I'd just like to ask all the panelists for this session to please just engage with our audience. There's lots of questions that are coming from our fellow guests from the rest of the continent. So please don't leave them hanging. Go in there and make sure you've responded to everyone. Some of the answers are being directed to me alone, and it means that the rest of the people cannot see them. So yes, back to IUM so that we conclude this session.
Okay, thank you, John. I'll be very brief. 3 points, what we are doing in order to attract research grants and also to encourage our academic staff to engage in research and remain competitive. One, as IUM, we have what is known as a Research and Consultancy Center, and this is our center that deals deals with research grants. It's a center that responds to consultancies. So so far we've been doing good, and it brings in on a yearly basis a certain percentage into our revenue, and I think we can be proud of it. Secondly, in terms of encouraging our academic staff to remain competitive, we have linked our higher academic positions to research. For example, from senior lecturers to associate professor to professors, to be promoted into any of those ranks, you must have done some extensive research and publications. And that for us is helping, and helping our academic staff to engage in research. The last point is to mention that someone on the comment mentioned that the academic staff are sort of engaged more into teaching. So as IUM, what we have done, we are looking at reducing the teaching loads and increasing, and that workload or that teaching load is being transferred to research. So we would reduce your teaching load in order for you to conduct more and more research. So that's what we are doing at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Colinas. I think something has happened to the moderator. Yes, he's having technical issues. That question was posed to the institutions. Do we have a response from UNAM as well?
Yes. The University of Namibia has gone and created, or rather we used to have every faculty looking for donor funding, but in recently, as recent as a year and a half ago, we started the grants office, and where we are now centralizing all these types of projects, and also the focus is both on increasing the number of grants, the value of grants that we are getting from donors, but also to improve on the quality of what we put out there. So that is what we have done in the meantime. And then what we are also doing is we are trying to change the focus from being a teaching or mostly a teaching and learning university to become bigger in research, with the idea also of commercializing these research outcomes. We do, however, also realize that in order to land grants, you need to also invest. And this is where we sometimes find it a bit challenging, because we don't always have the money to also invest with all these donors, but we are definitely focusing on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Roy. These questions lead us to more questions, and whether we get answers today or not, that these will inform policymakers. We may ask questions, we remain with unanswered questions today, but the questions must come so that we inform our policymakers. We interrogate, get answers, and inform policymakers. Kindly go to your Q&A, panelists, and pay attention to the questions. They drop some answers as well, so that we can collectively see what we could not have time to answer here, we can still have it addressed. Allow me to round off this session at this particular moment so we can move on. We still have 3 more presentations that we're supposed to go through. And I'm wondering if at this point we've got our presenters ready. We do have Dr. Moa, who was supposed to present a little bit earlier on. Can I get a sign that Dr. Moa is around? He's with us. Dr. Moa, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here, sir.
I believe you are ready with your presentation.
Yes, I am.
Right, Dr. Moa, kindly just make it as concise as possible. Thank you very much. You may go ahead.
Right, is it, or is there someone that's going through that? The next slide, yes. If you may, please assist. I'm presenting on the human development and research needs for Namibia, perspectives on challenges as well as opportunities existing. So I'll be as quick as possible. All right, so the background to this is that Vision 2030, which was crafted by our government in 2004, recognized the importance of STI to contribute towards achieving Vision 2030. Please go to the next slide. All right, so part of the objectives that were set was that there was need to provide appropriate education that transforms institutions of learning to ensure that they respond to the needs of the country. All right, and generally the purpose was to grow the national system of innovation in the end. The next slide, please. All right, thank you. So the current status where we are, I must hastily mention here that some of the statistics that appear here may be a bit outdated. They come from documents as far back as 2016. That's because there hasn't been current surveys that have taken place since then to inform these statistics. So the gross expenditure on research and development in the country in 2011 stood at 0.02, whereas in 2014 it was at 0.35, and the target there for all African countries to reach 1% of the GDP is committed towards research and development. So we currently stand at 0.35, and that translates into 471 million in terms of monies that are committed, both from the private and public sector. Right, and so you may notice that in terms of researchers, the target to be reached by 2017 was 1,000. And from the R&D survey we conducted, we actually made it to over 1,132. The full-time equivalents, we had targeted 500, and by 2014 we were already at 570. And the number of PhDs, I think I will not mention, it was already presented by my colleague from NCHE. All right, and then with regards to patents, by 2014, there were about 33 that were filed. And in terms of publications, there has been an increase. You can see from 2007, there were only 40 publications in that year. However, in 2018 alone, there was about 156 publications coming out of Namibia. Next slide, please. All right, so the challenges, I'll go through this much quicker. So funding is a challenge. There's actually a lot of funding, not only from government and private sector within Namibia. There's a lot of funding opportunities existing in the US, in Europe, and the world over. However, some constraints that we have come to learn that inhibits our own researchers to access such funding is the proposal writing. So it's not all of us that are on that level where we can write a proposal that can outcompete proposals that other researchers from other countries are doing. So that is a challenge with currently with the researchers in Namibia. Obviously, the economic downturn and duplication of research that results from research that is carried out in silos in different institutions. Next slide, please. All right, so partly there was a mismatch between the policy that was guiding STI in Namibia and that which was envisaged through Vision 2030. And there was also this lack of linkages between universities and the industry and the industries among themselves. That weak linkage as well provided a challenge towards STI achieving that which was set in Vision 2030. Please, next slide. All right, so the level of the gross expenditure on R&D, though it's at 0.35, the targeted one is 1%. So that in itself indicates that the funds that are committed towards research in the country are currently not sufficient. And the next slide, please. Okay, and I think it was mentioned by somebody, the levels of private sector engagement in R&D and investment, even from the R&D survey we conducted, it was quite apparent that the public sector injects the majority of the funds that are accounted for to do research and development. And the next slide, please. All right, so what are the opportunities in existence currently? So, like I indicated, there's funding opportunities in existence the world over. We just need to find ways on accessing that so that we don't just depend on what the government is providing currently. And there's the opportunity to link academia, as was alluded to by previous presenters, to the needs of the industry so that graduates that are produced from academia are actually tailor-made for the industry as per their needs, right? And the policy interventions that are in existence now provide for opportunities for us to actually meet our objectives that were set for Vision 2030. The next slide. All right, so such policy interventions are, I'll just go through some of them to improve policy, legislative, and the regulatory environment. These are now into the policy that was recently approved. So the implementation plan of that policy kicks off from this year going towards 2030. So hopefully by attending to these, we will accelerate to reach our objectives as set out in Vision 2030 by the year 2030. All right, the other one is to promote a culture of science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. I'll go a bit in detail on that just in a moment. Next slide. And the next slide, in the interest of time, next slide, yes. All right, so go to the next one, please. Yes. So some of the suggested projects in these policy interventions, we have, for example, technology prospecting projects that will be supported through public-private partnerships to identify, procure, demonstrate promising technologies for food production, water management, as well as mining and fisheries. All right, the next one. I'll just go through these suggested projects and then I'll close in a moment. All right, so we are suggesting that we invest in postgraduate and postdoctoral programs, as well as establish postdoctoral fellowships in key research fields so that we attend to the current needs of the country as we capacitate our own human resources. Right, and then the next one is to fund postgraduate training programs in science related courses. That includes agriculture, of course. Okay, and then training Namibian researchers on intellectual property rights, as well as transfer of ethics. And the next one, next slide, please. Okay, sorry, I had to go in a rush because we are out of time. But basically, just to give you a picture, this is what we, through the Ministry of Higher Education, Training and Innovation, and with this agency, the NCRST, we have now tried to focus our energy towards this so that we meet Vision 2030 objectives as set out initially by the year 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moa. Oh, that was pretty concise here to run through it, understandably. I did pick up that a couple of challenges and opportunities are quite similar to what has already been spoken about. Funding challenges, the incoherence of policy and coordination, and linking academia with industry, just like Mr. Mchukubandi, CEO of MIDCO, also stressed. I hope that we are taking these and thinking carefully about it and how we can inform policy on these matters. They come a long way. I was also involved several years ago on curriculum review of the agricultural curriculum at Noidam College. And some similar sentiments seem to be rising still in 2021. However, we move on. We keep that in mind. Let's move on to our next presenter. I hope that Ms. Joy Zambo Mamili is with us to take us into the last but one presentation for the afternoon. Mrs. Joy Mamili, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Just like Dr. Moa, I would also ask you to be to the point, but of course, highlight the major issues. Take it away.
Okay, thank you so much. Selma, can you project my presentation?
Yes, my colleague Amitu is projecting it. Amitu, kindly project. Some pictures missing in my version that I got. So let me just share what I have.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Hofiku. Good afternoon, fellow panelists and presenters. Can we move on to the next slide? As it was already introduced, I'm going to talk about the youth entrepreneurship and what role will higher education do to accelerate innovation and industry growth. Therefore, I'm going to touch a bit on the factors that are affecting youth entrepreneurship and also what can higher education do to accelerate innovation and industry growth. The presentation is really quite brief, and as we have all heard and aware that most of the presenters have really touched on what I was going to present. Youth unemployment affects the economy and socio-economic conditions of a country, and thus this makes youth entrepreneurship to be an economic necessity. Why do we say so? Because when there is youth unemployment, obviously there is going to be high poverty levels, there's going to be the livelihood of the people is going to be low and so on. And therefore, I say that youth entrepreneurship can assist to address development challenges by reducing the unemployment, because the youth, when they are involved in entrepreneurship, they can either be self-employed and also create employment for others. They can also reduce poverty levels and increase agricultural production levels as per the theme of this day. In 2019, youth unemployment rate in Namibia stood at 37.8%. We can move on to the next slide. Therefore, the role of youth entrepreneurship in addressing development challenges actually addresses the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So when we talk about youth entrepreneurship, we are not only talking about entrepreneurship on a local level or entrepreneurship on a localized community. We talk about entrepreneurship on a national and global level, whereby it is even addressing and enabling a country to achieve and implement the Sustainable Development Goals. If we now contextualize it to what we are talking about today on agricultural production, if we have got more youth entrepreneurs and they produce more food or they produce more machinery and higher education supports innovation and industry growth, of course, we are going to address zero hunger, SDG 2. With the zero hunger being addressed, we can also address the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, which is good health and well-being. We'll also reduce the poverty and we'll also reduce inequalities. We can move on to the next slide. And having said that, now we look at what are the factors that are affecting youth entrepreneurship. Why is it that we don't have a lot of youth entrepreneurs? What is it that is hindering youth from participating in or from engaging in entrepreneurship? The first one is inadequate or lack of financial resources. Here we talk of both accessibility and availability, because sometimes it's very difficult for the youth to access the financial resources,
and sometimes they are not available. And at times, if they can access the financial resources of financial institutions, would have strict conditions which are attached to the credit schemes. They would require the youth to have collateral before they can be given loans so that they can engage into entrepreneurship schemes. So this is actually affecting youth entrepreneurship. Limited business networks, because most of the youth, after they've graduated either from TVET or they've graduated from universities, they would rather operate in silos and not have networks, or even be organize themselves into groups so that they can learn from each other, or even link themselves to already established businesses so that they can have networks. So this is also affecting the youth entrepreneurship, and also the lack of awareness of potential entrepreneurship role models, especially in agriculture. The perception how youth or most people view agriculture, they would view agriculture as maybe something that is to be done by old people. You know, they categorize it or assign it to a certain group of people, instead of seeing that agriculture also can be lucrative. It can be an entrepreneurship, or some just look at it as it's just the production of food and not as a business entity. And therefore, the lack of this having role models in an entrepreneurship, or even especially in agriculture, even not having seen the youth that are actively engaged in agriculture so that they could learn from them, results in lack of encouragement for the youth, and they may also have negative social attitudes towards the agriculture. Lack of adequate knowledge and skills to nurture entrepreneurial attitudes is also one of the factors. The most youth, they may have the knowledge, but they will not have the skills. Because knowledge, as we all know, you can learn how to plant a tomato, but do you have a skill of planting a tomato? And sometimes they may not have the entrepreneurial attitudes of, if, for example, you planted something in a season and you have experienced some losses, do they have the skill and the zeal to move on? So that one also is affecting the youth. And more specifically now for agriculture that we're talking about, the lack of land. And this lack of land can be linked to availability and accessibility to financial resources, because without this, without financial resources, the youth will not be able to lease land. But if they had financial resources, they'll be able to lease land, they'll be able to buy the necessary machineries that they need so that they're engaged in the youth entrepreneurship initiatives. And having said this, these are the challenges which the youth are facing. Now, let's come to what is it that higher education can do to accelerate innovation in industry. I've really just contextualized this to what I've said about the factors affecting youth entrepreneurship. And as we all know, higher education institutions are custodians of knowledge and therefore should play an important role in developing the youth, in developing a country, in developing a nation. When we have universities in our midst, we see them as, that's where we have our professors, that's where we have the most educated people, being the academicians, the lecturers, and so on. And therefore, they are indeed their custodians of knowledge and research. And they should spearhead new innovations and embrace new technologies. So if they spear new innovations and embrace new technologies, they are going to accelerate innovation and industry growth. And here I must acknowledge that, of course, we have seen our local universities. We know NAST have got a tech transfer hub that they are to launch. We know UNAM also has been involved in a lot of innovations and technologies. That is what we expect from the institutions of higher learning. Create a strong knowledge base through research, and not only creating that knowledge base, but also disseminate research findings. So it's very important that higher education institutions are also involved in action research, and then they can share these research findings so that the youth, the communities out there can take the results or the lessons that have been learned and replicate them. As Namibia, as our higher institutions, we can talk of the mushroom projects that UNAM was involved in, the rice projects that UNAM was involved in. NAST also have been involved in some few other innovations that we can talk of. And also, higher education should create entrepreneurial networks within the industry so that at least the youth are linked to some networks within their specialization. If it's agriculture, we need to have those networks to avoid the youth working in silos. Also, they have a role, higher education has a role to link youth entrepreneurs to funding agencies for financial support, because it's not just training. That's why sometimes we are being accused that we are training youth or training people for the streets. But we need to link these youth entrepreneurs. We need to have strategic partnerships so that the youth can have access to financial resources. The institutions of higher learning can approach other banks that can fund innovations and fund research and fund youth entrepreneurship and request them and sign agreements to say, this funding should specifically be for the youth. If I talk, for example, give an example of the National Youth Service where I work currently, we had engaged the Agribank to say, can you not assist us to fund the youth that we are training in agriculture? And obviously, those in Namibia had seen the adverts calling for youth and women to apply for funding for agricultural schemes. Higher education also should provide the required skills and knowledge. We have already explained about it, and also coach and mentor the youth entrepreneurs. The teaching and the lecturing should not just end in the classroom, but as youth leave the institutions of higher learning, also the lecturers should also avail themselves so that they could continue to mentor and coach the young entrepreneurs, because they have the knowledge and the capacity to assist the youth entrepreneurs. We should also, as institutions of higher education, to expose students and youth to real life contexts and implement what we call as situated learning, so that we contextualize the learning to real life problems and real life situations, so that students can be engaged to solving real life problems that they are engaged in. And I'll link this one with letting students go for industrial attachments, not only letting them for them to go and look and search for sites where they can do the industrial attachments, but also as higher education and higher education institutions to source and explore more sites for industrial attachments, because at most times some students would remain without having sites for industrial attachments, and therefore lack that practical aspect that they were supposed to do and link it to the theoretical that they are learning in the classrooms. We could also seek for strategic partnerships for transitioning, like the TVETs can also link with universities for knowledge sharing, for transition articulation to other to courses and so on, and also for innovation. Therefore, in conclusion, I just want to say that indeed youth entrepreneurship is the backbone for a country's economy. That is why in Namibia, in NDP 5, in the Harambee Prosperity Plan, we have under the pillar of social progression an aspect of youth empowerment, so that we can empower our youth, let them become entrepreneurs, and let the higher institutions of higher education play a role in ensuring that our youth become entrepreneurs, especially in critical industries that have to do with the social livelihood, like agriculture. Thank you so much.
Ms. Joy Mamili, thank you very much. That was concise, to the point. And I have picked up also that if entrepreneurship is a serious backbone, and agripreneurship is one of those backbones that we seriously need, then we need to be robust in making agriculture. What must be done? Institutions should come on board, the government should come on board, should land be given to the people, should industry accommodate the people? How must agriculture be made attractive? That question needs an answer from all of us. I'd like at this point to move on to our final presentation. That will be by Professor John Fisher Mupangwa. Professor, are you with us? Prof. Mupangwa, are you with us? Is anyone aware of his presence? All right, I see he's starting screen sharing. So while Prof. Mupangwa is coming on, take note, we're having a discussion after this presentation. So I think that we should keep it also concise. We just note our observations, and then once Prof is done, you can perhaps raise a hand and contribute to this discussion as we summarize the afternoon. Take note of that. Prof. Mupangwa, I think you can go ahead. Prof. Mupangwa, are you with us? Of course, we don't have any other present.
Okay, I've unmuted. Let me start again resharing. Goodness.
Thank you. Go ahead, Prof.
Oh, no. Where? This is not the one. Sure. I'm trying to find my slides now. I no longer see them on my screen. Good. What happened?
We certainly can't see them either, but we'll just give you a second to sort that out.
Yeah, let's see.
Maybe we can share from side, Prof.
So you can share from there, yes, if you can. I'm not seeing I saw them, but they've just disappeared. I cannot see them. You can share from that side, Selma. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, moderator, Mr. Ngube. I'm presenting on behalf of Dr. Simon Angombe, who is our principal investigator in the CAP Plus project funded by RUFORAM. And I'll present a talk on community engagement versus outreach, reimagining the new role of the universities in community transformation, and to share some of the experiences we have from the Community Action Research Project we are conducting in Okakarara. Engagement within the context of African higher education has a number of names and terms which are used. We use outreach, we use service, we use community engagement, university community engagement, consultation, public participation, and all that other host of names. But in this next slide. In the context of our CAPLAS, our community engagement is really a process of working collaboratively with and through groups of people who are within a geographic proximity and having a special interest, a unique interest in a particular area of within their community, or when they are faced with some similar situations, so that we address issues affecting the well-being of those communities. And this is exactly what we are trying to do with the CAP Plus. When we look at, next slide, when you look at the other term, community outreach, it tends to involve visiting and going away, visiting and not really residing. It only provides, it's a process of providing services to a target population who might not otherwise have access to those services. And there isn't much engagement in that compared to the other term. Next slide, please. So when we look at these two terms, engagement and outreach, they have different characteristics. One is long-term. We have relationship building. You have to see what can community A in this area do to community work together with community B so that they improve their situation, instead of what can A do for B. For those in agriculture who know extension, we have what we call our key farmers. What can key farmer A do to improve the others? But in these cases, all, even the laggards, the low uptakers, they are also involved in the onset. This is why we have what can A and B do together. And how can then the community benefit? How can we connect communities themselves and connecting communities with outside other institutions? We now bring in an issue of value chain of commodities and value chain theory and practice within the community, where other people come in to assist the community, not only the university. And it's cyclical for engagement, was for outreach, it's unidirectional in most cases. Next slide, please. There are a number of relationships we find in community engagement and outreach. There's foundational, where we have continuously building our relationships within the community in engagement, whilst we have a transactional relationship when we have an outreach, which is short term. There's diversity within the community, diversity of players from within the community themselves, and collaborators who come in and assist the community. There is also building up of leaders. We have relationships are built not just with current leaders, but we also build with the potential leaders of the future, which mostly are the youth, as we have looked at it, compared to the limited few community members under outreach. We are only engaged during a certain project. Then we have long-term relationship, which really helps to perpetuate the solutions which are being implemented within the community. And it's not a project which is a short term, and at the end of it, communities don't really see value or continue with it on their own. Next slide, please. How do we get the communities involved in a community engagement versus an outreach? I'll go down. The issue of listening and is quite important when you are trying to engage, because this is where you pick the issues the community want addressed, and also sometimes to pick how they will think these issues can be addressed. And you also give your advice to the community to see it in a different way on how to address issues. You hold sessions, discussion sessions on a one-to-one, meetings, community meetings, and these meetings, they also need to be chaired by the community. They are not chaired by us, the university, as think tanks. The community is also a big think tank of ideas. We can have celebrations of field days where we are showcasing some of the solutions which are being brought out from the interaction of the university and the community. Leadership training, and I think this is one of the issues which in our CAP project, we have some training which is also being offered to the community by Okakarara Vocational Training Center to the communities in terms of leadership. How do you do financial management? Those are things which we also need to empower the community in it. Then we have to build the community as a whole and plan together with them, instead of planning and coming with the feedback to the community as we do in outreach, and then feedback to the community after the project. Whilst within the community engagement, we need to feedback at every step, and also the community feedback, looking at what has been successful according to what has been implemented in the project. Let's go to the next slide. So in community involvement by institutions of higher learning, there is a role for both, to some extent, of outreach, but mostly of engaging, community engagement rather than outreach. And community engagement should happen early at the onset of developmental programs which should be implemented. And its goal is organizing to act in support of achieving desired change within the community, with the community contributing as well to the desired change and not only coming from the institutions of higher learning. Community engagement should be formative. It has to thrive on diversity of opinions, diversity of ideas coming in, and should include everyone within the program. We need to look at community engagement as really a wholesome way of implementing developmental programs, and this is where our youth have to come in, because they are the ones who take these ideas further after the old people which were being mentioned by some presenters are gone, their time has come and passed. Those youth need to be involved, so that inclusiveness is important. Next slide, please. Reimagining the new role of universities in community transformation is one of the issues which we are grappled with our, especially in agriculture, with climate change, and how do we engage with communities. And let's go on to the next slide. The role of universities in community transformation should be informed by the community issues. And the community is sitting on both the research activities, informs the research activities we do. It informs the teaching which is done at higher institutional, educational institutional levels. And it also informs the service which we provide. So community is at the three core parts, we say, of university function, in terms of research, in terms of teaching, in terms of service. So community engagement is all involved in all those three. And it is important because our current research needs to solve real issues which are affecting the communities. That's one. Two, our teaching now should now be informed by any research outputs which we can now impart to our students for them to understand what can be done to solve some of the issues affecting communities in the world. I think this is an area where higher education institutions have to transform the curriculum for it to be relevant to the situations for each country and each community. And then our service to those communities go hand in hand into what has been coming from that community. Let's go to the next slide. So the basic construct of our community engagement should be embedded in our teaching, our training of our undergraduates, our TVET students, our diploma students, the research which we do, the innovation which we do, the outreach service we provide to communities. They all should be involved by what happens within the engagement process with the communities. And however, in the emerging new tech architecture of knowledge generation, engagement is approached in ways that accept the multiple sides and epistemologies of knowledge, different sources of knowledge, as well as the reciprocity and mutuality in learning and education through the engagement. There's reciprocity and mutuality of learning, both by the university students, TVET students, diploma students, degree students, and the academics as well. They need to learn from the community so that then issues which are affecting the communities can be solved either through research, by community applied research. Let's go to the next slide. We need to have action research engagement, just like the one we are doing in Okonjatu under the CAP Plus project, where we have community-based research. Our students are working there with the communities, coming up with solutions to some of the issues the communities have raised. And I think for those coming from outside Namibia, 2019 was a terrible year for the country, where we lost a lot of livestock in this country and not much of crop outputs were harvested. And one of the issues, some of the issues are being addressed by the community-based research UNAM is doing, is to look at how can we utilize a resource which is there and which has been which helped the community farming livestock farmers in Namibia, which is the bush, in producing a number of products, bush value chain, a number of products we are working on. And this is best, we thought it's best to do it with the community. So we are having what we call a biohub in a community in Okonjatu, where we have business incubation being produced. And I think one of the, well, a number of them, I'll give examples as we go. Let's go on to the next slide. The action research, where we employ participatory action research, selecting appropriate sites for outreach activities, and building community trust. It's important to build community trust through deep listening and respect of community contributions. And participatory action research helps us to understand the micro and macro level of factors affecting the communities, and then come up with solutions to assist the develop the community. Next slide, please. I think let's go to the next slide. What have been the outcomes and benefits of community engagement in our CAP project? Let's go next slide. We have had benefits to our students, vocational training, TVET students, and our university students in terms of it has improved students' ability to apply what they've learned in the in theoretical during lectures, but now in the real world, working solutions with the farmers. It has had a positive impact on academic outcomes, such as demonstration of complexity of understanding of problems which for communities find themselves, ability to do problem analysis, problem solving, critical thinking, and cognitive development of the students. And this is connections with professionals and community members for learning and career opportunities which have been developed into the students participating in this research. This research just started last year and it's still ongoing. We are still have just finished the one full year of it, so we still have some time to go with it. Let's go to the next slide. What has been the benefit to the community? They have a number of reduced stereotypes and greater intercultural understanding of what university does. It's not an ivory tower which is there. It's something which needs to be right on the ground and help the community. Improved social responsibility and citizenship skills through training of some of the community members. There's great involvement in community service for the graduates as well, because they now know how they can contribute in improving production of the farmers. In our case, one of the benefits to the community has been on charcoal production, which is one of the value chains which we are looking at in our project, using the enclosure bush which has encroached their grazing area and reduced the carrying capacity or the number of animals they can have on their grazing area. Next slide, please. We have, as an institution, also benefited by getting ourselves involved with this community. One of the things we have benefited on is the strong relationships which have been developed among faculty. We have cross-faculty projects which we are carrying out in this area. We have greater satisfaction as a university that we are cultivating and developing a community and putting skills in the community, building business hubs within the community, which will remain as an investment to that community through the project. Improved graduation rates, increased material and financial support to the institution through the funding from RU Forum. We have also produced a number of products which can be commercialized by the university. Through this project, and which can also be used as business startup opportunities for the community. The bush feed, the charcoal. One of the value chains we are following is what is called biochar, biological charcoal, which is used in cropping, in improving soil fertility and soil nutrient holding capacity, but also biochar being used as a feed additive to livestock in managing one of the major greenhouse gases which is emitted from livestock, which is methane. And biochar, a byproduct of the encroacher bushes, is one of the products we are dealing with. We have mushroom from our colleagues from ZERI, Zero Emission Research Institute, who are producing mushroom from wood chips coming from the bush, encroacher bushes as well. So those are potential enterprises which we hope by the end of the project, the university would have cultivated, would have implemented, made a strong foundation among the community to continue as community projects. Those will not be business opportunities of the university, but will be run by the communities themselves. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor Mpangwa. That was also quite enlightening. Engagement versus outreach and the new universities and community transformations. Exciting to hear, along with the benefits to the community, and ultimately that there will be lots of business opportunities, and also those opportunities not belonging to the university, but to the people within the community. Thank you once again, Professor Mpangwa.
Thank you.
And this juncture, I would like to take us to the discussion. We will have, I would like to limit it also to 10 minutes of the discussion. What have we learned? What are some of the points we still want to bring? What is it that we need to do? What else is it that we need to do? In that, I would like us to perhaps raise, if you can raise your hand if you've got a point to make in this discussion session, be it from the audience as well as from the panel, so that we can just select you there and we have this discussion. We'll have 10 minutes between now and 10 minutes past 6 if you're in Southern SADC, and 10 minutes past 7 if you're in Eastern Africa. All right, so the discussion is open. You may raise a hand and we take it from there. I did see a hand quickly going up and then disappeared again. At the moment, you would like to know, you can still raise your hand and participate in the discussion. In the meantime, a comment certainly coming through that it was very enlightening from the professor. So I think people are seeing a bit of an exciting thing that the university is doing. So please do raise your hand. Otherwise, then I'll have to go to the Q&A and ask those questions in the Q&A. Not so sure that if we take this route, we will sit here only for 10 minutes when we go a little bit longer. In the absence of any hands, perhaps we can, but let me just give a few more seconds for anyone who would like to raise a hand. Possibly not everyone is able to raise a hand. that's fine. I will just go ahead and read some of the questions in the Q&A and try and sift through those that have not already been asked by my colleague, Donald Fiku, during the panel discussions. Last question or comment, at least that I have, is directed at Mr. Muchokobanji, the CEO of MIDCO. Good evening. Thank you for the insights. There seem to be a few Black farmers in the northern communal areas selling livestock to abattoirs. What are your thoughts about this? Offtake is quite low in the northern communal areas. Is there something that can be done with livestock sales? That one is directed to the CEO of MIDCO. I have seen also other questions that have come through regarding land, that agriculture needs land, and without land, there would be not many and not much activity. So what should be done about the land? How best can policymakers come on board as quickly as possible to make this possible? Mr. Muchokobanji, are you still with us? Perhaps you can give us insights. Mr. Muchokobanji, are you with us? All right, I seem to be not getting any feedback from Mr. Muchokobanji. I'm not sure whether he's still with us or it's just a failure to communicate, which has been a little bit common throughout the afternoon. I'm tempted a little bit to hold it on for a little longer to see if there is any interaction. You can drop your questions or your comments in the chat box or in the Q&A box, and where we then can attend to it and perhaps have a discussion or have something that we can take home or summarize. We still do have 2 activities after this, one of which is going to be the summary of events, and one of the closing remarks. So with this activity for now, I will gravitate towards going into our final 2 activities. I do see that there was a comment that came through. That was mammoth information that was presented. Hopefully we can have more of this. Maybe less on the time. Information overload plays a part. I do agree, at least with the part that such discussions, such fora are certainly relevant, especially for the important kind of discussions such as this one for the policy makers. Once again, I think I'm not audible, so I think raising my voice might make a little bit more justice. I hope so, at least. All right, so what roles of the TVETs play in rural or in communal areas to uplift communities' living standards in terms of short courses offered to strengthen entrepreneurship for non-vocational qualification? I think Professor Mupangwa might be in a position to answer that. Prof, are you still with us? Seemingly you are.
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Right.
I think we need to see that the TVET centers have quite a big role to play, because some of the practical skills they are being trained at in these colleges really result in them starting small to medium enterprises of their own. From what I've seen engaging with the TVET we are working with. So this can actually help create small and medium enterprises within the communities, where then other people become employed or even some of the solutions are formulated. I think there is quite a lot of benefits which can accrue from the communities. We have guys being students being trained in carpentry, for example, in building. All those skills which we require in our communal areas for purposes of generating or creating jobs, but also generating some products which can be marketed outside the communities.
Thank you, Professor. I assume that is a summary of it. I heard a lot of that coming through also from your presentation. Thank you very much once again. Prof?
There's someone asking about the 4 circles. The
Yes.
4 circles, the 4 circles are what we call the fundamentals of higher institutions, where we have teaching, research, and service. And in the 4th circle I put is overarching all the 3 basic foundation circles of the institution, of higher education institutions, mostly in the world. And this is where we have the community engagement, where the university research is informed on the research it carries out through engaging in community challenges, which you then solve, not only alone, but together with the community. That then informs your teaching as well in your curriculum. Your curriculum then becomes relevant because it covers issues which are pertaining to your communities in your country, and your service, which is the engagement and also the outreach, is then informed from there. That's how some institutions are now working, are using, and it has helped in coming up with innovations which are relevant to communities, because this is where relevant innovations which help community challenges or community problems emanate from. That's the 4 circles, my colleague Keba.
Thank you very much for that explanation.
Mr. Tando, I'm back. My apology, I was out. If I'm still required to make any intervention, I'm available.
Yes, Mr. Mchokobanji, we had a question for you. I'm just going to have to circle back to some of the comments that we had seen. There was certainly one that was for you, and it says, there seems to be only a few Black farmers in the northern communal areas that are selling livestock to abattoirs. What are your thoughts about this? And as well as offtake is quite low in the northern communal areas, is there something that can be done to increase livestock sales? Mr. Mshokobanji.
Thank you so much, Mr. Facilitator, for such kind of a question. The question of communal farmers or smallholder farmers, are they agripreneurs or they are farming for the sake of status? Do communal farmers, whether south or north, do they farm because they would want prestige that is determined by the number of cattle that they own, and they don't see agriculture as a business? Or have we transformed to actually see agriculture as a business? I think this question is coming out of that context. That has been the reality in this country and in the rest of Africa, unfortunately. But this is what we have done. So you see, unlike in the 16th century, where production pulled market, we live in an epoch in which access to lucrative markets pulls production. The recent studies that we have done, when I was still working for the Namibia National Farmers Union, in the communal areas, both south and north, they have actually shown that when communal farmers realize that with better access to markets, when they realize that through raising cattle and selling them, it has proven that they generate profits. It maximizes their return. They are more competitive. They are more sustainable. Our research have proven that many farmers are pulled to go into agricultural production. I can tell you now that in the northern of the communal area, if you go to Kavango East, Kavango West, we have got a lot of black farmers. 15 years ago, they had a purely communal mindset whereby they kept cattle for prestige. But as I'm talking to you today, we have got a lot of them that have moved into commercial farming because they have realized that actually agriculture is a business. The same thing in Umsati, the same thing in the Zambezi region. A lot of farmers I've worked with for the past 15 years, they have basically moved into agripreneurship. So when basically the point I'm raising is that when you create access to lucrative and functional markets, where producer returns are maximized and livelihood of farmers improves, it has been proven that actually many farmers, they transition and abandon their mindsets of being traditionalists to become agripreneurs. And a lot of them, they are being transformed. That is why we have abandoned the concept of communal farmers and we have introduced the concept of agripreneurs because that is more commercialized. It's the same thing in the South. Mostly black farmers, they were stuck in the old ways of doing things. But because we have created markets for them through maximizing their return, most of them gradually they are being transformed. So it's really all about enabling that, giving them access to land, access to markets, access to access to agricultural extension services, veterinary services, and intensifying research and investing more in agricultural extension services as a public good. That enabling environment energizes farmers to become agripreneurs. And we have seen a lot of them shifting into that particular agripreneurial space. So it's very possible.
Thank you very much, Mr. That was a little bit in depth. And I think it will always go back to your concept of saying, how do you make agriculture, using the word you used, sexy again? How do people run from it? And it's all a concept change from communal farming to agripreneurship. Thank you once again, Mr. Mulima. At this point, I will allow comments before we summarize, before we close off this segment. Prof. Mupangwa, your hand was up for a moment.
Yeah, I wanted to concur with Mr. Mulima on the issue of offtake, how it can be improved. The issue of access to markets, guaranteed markets, is critical. And for farmers to move from just holding animals and become agripreneurs. And I think support services, again, are required, the extension, the veterinary. But at the same time, they also training the farmers themselves. The farmers need training for them to change and understand the production system, which can be beneficial to them, which can bring money to them, rather than having animals dying either because of diseases or because of drought. So yes, it's a process. It's really a process, and it takes time and needs persistence and courage for the government, developmental agencies to implement.
Thank you very much, Prof. And at this point, I would like us to close the discussion. Also, in the interest of time, I think we can always discuss this over and over and more and still get new ideas and concur and disagree. But at this point, allow me to close this discussion. And in moving on, I would like us to go over to the rapporteur for today, who is Dr. Sylvanus Mensah, a technical specialist at TVET, as well as undergraduate training at Root Forum. Dr. Mensah, are you with us this afternoon?
Yes, I'm here with you. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you loud and clear, and you can go right ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think my duty is to provide a recap of what has been said on the Namibia Higher Education Day. I kind of summary and the emerging issues. So overall, we've got 4 presentations. So we've got some opening session remarks and also 2 panel discussions. As part of the opening session, we had the executive director of the Ministry of Higher Education, Dr. Alfred, who spoke about the role of the knowledge as its importance for the competition, how higher education is actually key to produce that knowledge. And while we are aspiring for mitigation of climate change and achieving food security, those dreams will only remain the dream if our higher education strategies are not aligned to the National Development Plan, both at a country and international level. He also raised the issue of the need for partnership, how important it is, and the need for a free flow of critical and relevant knowledge to solve the social challenges. We also need to involve our industry to make our training more relevant and increase the employability skills of the graduate. Therefore, there was a need for more structured system. So there must be a structure in system through the participation in curricular development. And industries also should help identify those the challenges and also bringing on board research team to provide the solution. Finally, at the end of his comment, he made he commended the reform for the capacity building effort and raised the issue that if we really need to move our economy and expand our production, we need to get the best ideas and improve our knowledge. We also got some insight from Dr. Alice Moitwa, who is the actual deputy, the current deputy executive secretary at Reform. She talked about Reform as a network founded in 2004 and working toward development and strengthening human capital development and research capacity on the continent through better use of capacities to strengthen the agricultural development and food system in Africa. She also raised the issue of Reform promoting a partnership for learning and economies of scale. And finally, they need really to promote the relevance of our university to raise to increase their role and raise their voice for development. As part of the Reform vision, which is the vibrant, transformative universities catalyzing sustainable and inclusive agricultural development to feed and create prosperity for Africa, we have a few important components, which are first, the engagement of youth for development that are at undergraduate level, but also the engagement of youth through the entrepreneurship program. The need for TVET, this has been raised and discussed during the dialogue. They need to develop the mid-career level skills, and also they need to train and science and development leaders, that is doctoral and postdoc. So Reform operates broadly through 4 flagship programs. She talked about those programs. I'm not going to talk about them again. Mainly we have 4: Tag Dev, Ranch, Create, and K-Hub, which really support the whole network. She also talked about the continental impact. Since 2004, several alumni produced and working across the continent. In Namibia, particularly, from working with one member university, supported also 3 grants, and has contributed to the training of 13 students, both at MSc and PhD level. So after that, we also had a welcome remark from Ms. Kobonda. I hope I'm pronouncing correctly the name, from UNESCO.
She talked about the need really to improve the access to information and data, putting science at the center of the processes of looking for solution to challenges. So she also talked about the need to make science a long-term priority, and then at that level, government really need to invest to develop the STI system. After that, we've got a presentation. I would say I think it was a really interesting presentation from Mr. Sem Sikomgo, the Deputy Director of Higher Education Management Information System, who provided really a Namibian statistic and fact sheet. And the key issues were that as opposed to many countries in Africa, well, the female student enrollment is really high, keep increasing. The enrollment is high in two fields of learning, which is education, education, training and development, as well as business, commerce, and management sciences. The percentage of female students in STEM is high only in two fields. And finally, a high rate of graduation in education and business lead to tight employment competition in those fields. From also his presentation, we've got that two main universities have the highest enrollment rate, that is UNAM and NAST. The female are the majority in health, nature, agriculture, and they really need to pick up also in other fields of learning. As part of the graduate employment rate, we've got that there is a very high unemployment rate with female leading the graduate statistics. Graduates are more in business and management studies. In 2017, 83% of the graduates were employed, but in 2019, this has decreased to 69%. And most of the graduates are employed in the government. And as part of the academic staff distribution, we've understood that most of them actually have a master's, that is 43%, followed by PhD, 17%. Now, after that presentation, we've got into a very interesting panel discussion on the status of higher education and scientific research in Namibia. And that was, we had the intervention from Dr. Edgar on the overview of the current status. And the main issue was that the thematic, there are four thematic areas of funding for research, that is water, agriculture, health, and most of the researchers are coming actually from NAMS and then MAST. The NCRC and the National Research Foundation in South Africa are working together to fund research across the broad spectrum of water, health, agriculture through that bilateral funding between South Africa and Namibia. We also understood that they are also finding PhD students to study in STEM, mostly mathematics. So to the issue of how really should we engage, or can we engage into the fourth industrial revolution, he explained that policy intervention are promoting a culture of entrepreneurship and innovation, and to also integrate science and research in the economy. So we also got a good insight from the manager of NQF, a Namibian Qualification Authority, that is Mrs. Bucks, and she raised the issue of most programs being developed in collaboration with the industry. And this is mainly to avoid the scenario of having skills that are not needed by the industry. But she also recognized that more effort needs to be done to improve at that level. And also more need to be done also to to increase the pool of the qualified human resources, because we currently have a number of people practicing without being fully qualified. As there was a question about the basic education curricula, whether it's aligned with the higher education system. Well, there are phases of learning adapted to the learner stage of development. That was the feedback. And the basic education curriculum was reviewed in 2016 to have a graduate with more skills. And the hope is to really see the change in the graduates coming out of the basic education. There were also feedback from the audience, and a question mainly on how prepared we are in the competition within the advancement of the new technology. So the key solutions there were first to change the way we review the curricula to make them faster, to engage more the higher education system. They also recognize the impact of COVID on the quality implication, but likely it has really pushed the university to adapt to have an online education mainstream within their system. Still, again, relating to the question from the audience, there was an issue about how do we really get young people or staff to start changing their mind. So the answer was that the whole curricula is changing toward fitting to the industry, and the basic education can include incentive for attracting young people into the field that are of less interest. There was also a feedback from Mr. Olavi Hamwele on the issue of the social conditioning challenges, where teaching and nursing provide actually more and quick opportunity. The issue also relates to the fact that some courses like engineering are not really decentralized. So there is a need to quickly work to decentralize some of those courses that are not common and attractive. So postgraduate, from Mr. Olave, we've got that the postgraduate are supported, but not at 100% as the undergraduate and the TVET that are funded at 100%. Then after the panel discussion, we've got a presentation on the perspective of human capital development and research need for Namibia, challenges and opportunity. That was also from Dr. Moa, and he talked about the importance of STI in achieving the 2030 vision. Also the research output through the publication, which have increased over the year, but of course the challenges remain. The first one and the most important, funding. The funding is not coming really through the government. A lot of funding opportunity exists in other countries, and researchers only mainly have access to funding through proposal writing, but this is a challenge because not many of them could do so because it is a competitive process. The other challenge is related to the duplication of research. Others are linked to the lack of linkages between the university among themselves and also with the industry. The gross expenditure in research and development is also very low, 0.35%, leading to funding committed to research really not enough. So as part of the opportunity really to solve the issue, he raised first the need to provide funding in different STI fields, to link the academia with the industry, to link the private and the public partnership. Also still as a part of the opportunity, he said that we need really to invest more in postgraduate and postdoctoral programs. We need to establish a postdoctoral fellowship in key research fields. They need to fund postgraduate training program in STEM. They need to establish national scheme for full-time equivalent researchers. They need to strengthen existing institution initiative through provision of adequate resources. Now, as I said from the beginning, we had two panel discussions. The second one is on higher education investment. And there was a question directed to Ms. Habane Munyagano on the framework in place for higher education investment. And the feedback was that, well, there are frameworks in place, and like, for example, the human resource plan that guides the government in its investment. There is also this strategy, there's another strategy also for involving the private sector to provide the skills that they need, and that goes into the model and the higher education institution for consideration. Again, Mr. Olavi Wamele talked about the challenges faced by the Namibian Student Financial Assistance Fund, the NSFAF. As part of those challenges, what I picked was the limited funding across the whole education value chain. Only a very little percentage of application of the application is funded, and there is also a misalignment of financial year with the academic year, which disrupt the award process to the student, and the payment also, which is delayed. There are also other challenges, but for the interest of time, I will move on. So we discussed also about the high graduate unemployment rate, and that was, I think we all believe that we got a very wonderful insight from Mr. Mulema Musho Kabanji, sorry, who is the CEO for MITCO. And the issues raised here were that, we know that the private sector is asking for more experiences, and what could be really done between the private sector and higher education. So he mentioned that the agriculture remains the backbone and the oxygen of the economy, contributing to 60% of the economy, and the role of the private sector is then very critical. So there is a need really to let the goal of the government to be set to create that conducive environment for the private sector, and at the same time support also the student. So the government should also favor that conducive environment for the education. So there's a need for to bring together really the government and the higher education, because currently there is a strong separation between the two entities. And he also talked about the examples of the MOU that is signed between MITCO and the UNAM, whereby MITCO want really to host graduates to understand the complexity of the private sector environment. And he explained that that is really the way to go. That we can, if we want, we can reduce the number of years or days of experience by exposing really the student to experiential learning, to expose the student during their training in the farm and the enterprises. And the private sector should come in really to host the universities and students, while the government should create that conducive environment. Well, he also said that we need scientists, but we also need to really to promote, to produce the technical and middle level skills. He also said that we need to decolonize our mind and teach the student that it is not a crime really to go to a vocational education. And we need to promote the intra-Africa trade.
the issues of changing really the mindset and make agriculture attractive to the youth. As to that question, he explained that first we need to digitalize the agriculture. We need to give access to land to youth and women. We need to mechanize agriculture. We also need to make the market lucrative at both domestic and regional level, and teach our students that agripreneur is as profitable as being a CEO. Educate the young people that that's where the future businesses are, and convince the young people that the environment is really conducive. And finally, we need to decolonize the higher education system and invest more in the TVET. We also got some insight from the representative of the university. We've got from University of Namibia. They explained that the funding formula is not actually well implemented. Sometimes it is not clear, and it's not really clear how much the government will fund. And then there is a need to work on a formula that facilitates a better planning. That was also the same feedback also from Mr. Kelinas and from Dr. Kolen, the issue of a reduction in funding. Now, we also talked about what can university do really to promote quality research, and from their perspective, what they are doing was to encourage the academic staff to become more competitive through first at they are linking the research achievements to the higher grades in the professorship, and also reduce the teaching load to increase more the time invested in research. At UNAM, they have centralized all type of research to increase the number and the value of grant to improve the quality of output. And also they are working to increase the commercialization of the research outcome. Finally, we've got two presentations on the youth entrepreneurship and the role of higher education in accelerating innovation and industry growth. The key point here that first, youth entrepreneurship is important and can help a country to implement all the sustainable development goals, including zero hunger, well-being, reduced poverty, and inequality. But there are factors affecting youth entrepreneurship. Those are mainly the inadequate and lack of financial resources, the limited businesses network, youth operating more in silo or when they get out of the university. There is also the lack of adequate knowledge, and that's a link to what the CEO of MITCO has actually raised earlier. They need really to bring the youth into the experiential learning. There is also the lack of land, which is affecting the youth entrepreneurship. And in terms of what should the university do, she raised a few points. And the first one was to create new innovation. University can create new innovation and help embrace the technologies, to disseminate research funding, to create entrepreneurial network, and that really linked to the limited business network that she mentioned. She also talked about the coaching and mentoring of youth entrepreneurs, which is important to put them in the environment and provide more exposure to the student and youth, provide exposure to them to the reality. And finally, she talked about the need for more TVET and university connectedness. We've got a final presentation of from Professor John Mupangwa, who is the co-PI of the CAP project being implemented at the University of Namibia. And it was more on the community engagement versus outreach. And what I picked mainly was that the community engagement was really more than community outreach. And when we talked about community engagement, we refer to something that that is more informative, that brings in more diversity, inclusion. Community engagement happen earlier and often, and really organized to act in supporting and achieving the change. While community outreach is just more or less like a function of communicating to engage partners. But what I picked was that both need to be done in synergy to increase the impact. So in terms of reimagining the new role of the university in community transformation, since the university services are research, teaching, and of course outreach, the community engagement should happen at the 3 levels. So the community engagement must be really anchored within the teaching and training, the research and innovation and outreach services, and community development. This can happen through action research engagement. He talked about the CAP project being implemented, where the students are working with community to really provide solution. There is also, it can happen through the community-based research, the unit science workshops, and business incubator and accelerator. And finally, talked about the benefit, not only to the student, but also to the community and the institution. So moderator, with that, allow me to stop here and say that is what I've picked as the main issues coming out of the discussion. I thank you very much.
Dr. Silvanus Mensah, thank you very much. That was a very comprehensive summary and really just captures everything that we needed. Once again, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you. At this particular point, I will not delay much longer. I will just take it straight to the very last item on the program, which is the closing remarks by Father Roderick M. April, who is the Director, Secretary General of the Namibia National Commission for UNESCO, which is NATCOM in short. Father April, are you with us still?
I am still here. If you can hear me, Mr. Ngube, I see that you are.
We can hear and see you.
Excellent, excellent. I can see that you are still vibrant and that we have still participants here. So I won't keep them for long, but let me close this lovely and successful webinar. Despite the time, we can always look at that when we plan again, because I can see that the participants, they are really engaged still, and they want to be engaged still on these very exciting topics. So to you, Mr. Ngube and Mr. Ofiku, who moderated so well the whole program as well as the panel discussions, I would like to thank you on behalf of the Ministry of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation and all the organizers. It has been an honor to be associated with this day, and I give felicitations to all of you for your excellent presentations and engaging discussions with concrete actions that we have found at the last part of this program through the voice of Dr. Mensah. Allow me then to extend a holistic applause to all of you who planned this webinar, our Namibian colleagues from the Ministry of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation and other institutions of higher learning, and with the technical support of the Regional Universities Forum for Capacity Building in Agriculture. You are all aware that higher education is well placed to make a unique and vital contribution to achieving the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals. And that is what we have heard throughout our session today, so that no one is left behind. However, to achieve an accessible, inclusive, higher quality education, there are things that are very important, and they are collaboration, solidarity, networking, and partnerships by higher education institutions. These are very important, and these reminded me also of a slogan that we have used prior independence. And the slogan is,
An injury to one is an injury to all. So may I use this industrial or worker slogan just to show the importance of cohesion in a higher education Namibian or African landscape, that is with regard to STI and other areas of development. Namely, that an injury to a student is an injury to personal development and professional development and eventually national development. Another example is that an injury to universities is quality curriculum development, knowledge creation, research, proper financing, and mind you, more so in our challenging and complex society owing to COVID-19 and other challenges that we have heard today, may be rural or urban, is an injury to the community and the private sector, and again will lead to a devastating blow to national development. Colleagues, my dear colleagues, allow me to say that we should avoid willful injuries to ensure that higher education remains relevant and not only provide access and quality programs, but higher education should also be relevant towards other national goals, not only in Namibia, but across Africa and in our borders. These national goals must be of social cohesion, intercultural understanding, tolerance, and the dignity of people. It must enhance peace and justice and security and fair societies. I think this is our shared responsibility as actors in the higher education arena. When we look at our discussion on human capital and research needs, I've discovered and I've heard that COVID-19 has had really a great impact and still has. And higher education has a major role to play in strengthening the knowledge and educational common. Research can provide, as we have heard, new ideas, solutions, innovation technologies, and ways to understand social transformations. And in this regard, I would like to draw your attention to something that you already know, and that is what we've discussed today as well, the rethinking of education and innovation in this current state of affairs. And I draw your attention to the higher education futures of education. It is a global initiative that higher education can draw on to rethink education, to design new programs, especially also with regard to involving the community and our youth and the private sector. We have seen also from our discussion today that the numbers of our students will increase. We know that the demand for higher education will continue to rise. We have heard the numbers. I don't want to repeat them. Therefore, it is also important that maybe the policy paper that is in the Global Education Monitoring Report and drafted by the International Institute for Educational Planning on how to use finance to the best, that we have equitable opportunities, that policy paper can guide our higher education investment as well. And almost in the conclusion, Mr. Ngube, I would like to underscore, some people ask whether there's a bridge between basic education and higher education. So I would like to underscore now that higher education remains a bridge between secondary education, higher education training, and the world of work. Higher education should have data on the education landscape, especially in the secondary landscape, but not only secondary, right from preschool, right up to primary and secondary. And they should have evidence on the gaps that exist in science, technology, innovation, in TVET, in all the fields. And so that they must then take ownership to address these gaps that might exist in the transition of secondary education to higher education. To understand also the dynamics of studying and the dropouts, to plan better for fourth industrial revolution future and whatever we will still have, because we are talking about 2050, rethinking education. 2050, my dear friends, we are talking about 28 years away. We are talking about the child who has just entered school, and we need to equip that child for a future that we desire to have. In this regard, I would like to suggest that our higher education institutions also take a leaf from the first online high school in Africa, which was started at UCT. That is how they can then equip the students to find tertiary education a valuable tool for their development. Almost finally, moderator, just last year, the National Commission for UNESCO also had a discussion on youth skills for agriculture. And that was also aimed exactly at drawing in the private sector to invest in agricultural education and to be agents of transformation. And that is why I've noticed that was one of the objectives, and looking at the other objectives that we have set ourselves in terms of deliberating the support to disadvantaged students, as well as strengthening the link between higher education and the industry. I think we have done a great job, but this discussion doesn't end here. We must still continue. And at this juncture, I would like to say thank you very much for all your contributions, for the active engagement through the questions that were typed and the answers that you have provided. But I would say, let us study the report. Let us chart the way forward. Again, thank you very much to all of you. Stay safe and remain healthy. Thank you very much. At this stage, then I should say I closed in this session, or will it be your privilege? Thank you very much.
April, thank you for sticking the mile with us up to this very late hour. Appreciate it so much. Let me just take a leaf off your closing remarks. Let's rethink education and innovation. Let's rethink agriculture. Let's think agripreneurship. Let's think different. Father Roderick, all the panelists, all the participants, the audience, the organizers, my colleague in moderating, I want to give a very big thank you to all of you. God bless you. Have a good evening. And let's take away what we can from this. Make a difference.